Test. Okay, we're back. Thank you. Yeah, okay, we're back. Thank you for that. Yeah, that's the thing about TikTok Live Studio. I had that open, and so that was interfering with all my OBS apps, my actual desktop streaming software. So I had to go back in, literally reverse everything one by one. But we should be okay now. Okay, can everyone hear me all right? Okay, good. Thank you guys for your vigilance. See, this is why if I didn't pay attention to the comments section, I'd probably be as lost as ever. Appreciate you guys for your feedback. Okay, awesome. One more thing out of the way. So I usually use Windy for satellite. Unfortunately, there's a satellite outage on Windy for some reason. So I'm switching to the College of DuPage's satellite imagery. This pulls directly from the GOES West satellite also. So I have the Pacific Northwest sector here, and as you guys can see it clear as day on this satellite imagery as well. That is our cold front, and it is now moving on to Vancouver Island as I speak. Let me go ahead and play you an animation. So this is updated as of 1:11, and it started at 11:16. We get an update every 5 minutes. So this is about a 2-hour animation here. I'm going to play that until I get the link sorted out here on X and Blue Sky. So please do bear with me. We'll be back up and running here in just a moment. All right. Almost ready, folks. Thank you guys for your patience again. Perfect. Let me make sure Facebook's working. Okay. Just no one commenting on Facebook yet. That's probably a normal thing. But once we get all the kinks worked out, we'll be back in action. Thank you guys again for your patience. No new major updates as of now. We do have some new model imagery that we can take a look at for tonight and tomorrow. So we'll be examining that here in just a moment. But for those of you guys who are tuning in, if you're back from the previous stream, welcome back. Thank you guys for staying vigilant. If you guys are new to the stream, my name is Anthony, host and founder of Puget Sound Stormwatch here on Facebook and YouTube. Welcome in, and glad to have you guys all here with me today. Let's go look at some brand new model imagery because we have the 18Z here now. This is the 11 a.m. run, the full 48-hour run right here. Let's see if we have any major differences, which as of right now, we don't. If anything, it might actually push the front ahead an hour. No, back an hour, pardon me, to around 8 p.m. tonight instead of 7 p.m. It's only a little breezy around South Hill with some on and off rain, but nothing crazy. Thank you for the report. I appreciate all of your guys' real-time weather observations. It makes forecasting like this much, much easier. So overall, pretty similar story tomorrow by the looks of it. So we have a convergence zone start somewhere around the central sound and then slide down towards the south sound, even as far south as Lewis County, perhaps. But we'll have to watch some of this activity as it pops up over the foothills of King and Pierce County. And of course, the main convergence zone sliding down south out of Kitsap, Mason, and King counties down towards Pierce County, and possibly Thurston County as well. This would be around 7 p.m. tomorrow. So the timing still looks to be pretty consistent with each model run, at least so far. No huge anomalies as of right now. So let's go look at gusts, see what's showing for wind gusts. And it's definitely downgraded from the 12Z. Yeah, see, not only has it downgraded some wind gusts, it's also pushed back the front about an hour or so. Now the front could definitely pass through around 8 p.m. instead of 7 p.m. tonight. Which is why I usually always do a plus or minus 2-hour threshold on each side of that time, just to make sure we can account for any deviations. So yeah, this is showing wind gusts drastically picking up today. We're not quite up to this threshold, so we are still kind of running behind on current observations. Once again, ignore the 65 right here. That is an outlier. But not super windy around much of the area at the moment, but that'll likely change as the front gets closer. My guess is that the HER is probably overdoing it on a few of these numbers. We'll check the NAM too, because I think the NAM just started rendering. That shows max wind gusts around 41 miles per hour for Everett around 7 p.m. And around 40 miles per hour, maybe some areas over the water a little bit higher than 40 miles per hour by around 8 p.m. for areas south of Snohomish County. And then you see that brief little break in the winds right there. That's our convergence zone starting up. So you'll likely get a little reprieve in the wind if you're south and east of Everett here when that convergence zone fires up. Then the wind switches to westerly behind that front, and you'll likely get a pretty decent westerly surge for areas around Everett. Dundruski, welcome back. Wind is blowing around here too on Camino. Yeah, Camino Island's under that wind advisory from now until 7 p.m. tonight. Interesting thing too is tomorrow too, when we have some of these little cells come through, it's showing some gusty winds from a few of these cells. So I wouldn't be surprised if some of these little showers or storms produce wind gusts of possibly 30 to 35 miles per hour, maybe heavier in the stronger storms. But this is why I really like these CAM models, the convection allowing models, because it shows much finer detail like this. Like you can identify where the individual cells are, for example, because you can see their outflow winds show up here on the gust map. Yeah, I had a live stream a little bit earlier, but unfortunately some issues brought it down. The graphics card appears to have fixed itself, but just in case, I put a little spacer between the fans and the card itself, which should keep it quiet in case it decides to rev up again. But so far, what I'm seeing, the temperatures are much lower, so we shouldn't have any issues with that. Knock on wood. Got the sound ready to go in case an alert's issued. In case you guys hear that ding. So yeah, let's go check out the NAM, which we are in range on the new 18Z NAM now. See what it has to show for wind gusts. And it's going a bit on the high side here. I think this is probably overdoing it. This would show 46 mile per hour wind gusts for Tacoma by 5 o'clock tonight. Of course, I'm not going to completely dismiss it yet. Just saying from what we're seeing initially so far, it doesn't look like it'll get up to this strength, at least at the moment. But once the nowcast range comes into play, then we'll be watching things as they go throughout tonight. So yeah, and it shows those gusts continuing into about 8 or 9 p.m. tonight before the front moves over. Let's see what it shows on reflectivity. Yeah, it shows, again, just like the HER, it shows this like pencil looking front coming through and then the convergence zone firing up right in its wake. You see that as soon as the front passes over the Olympics, boom, convergence fires up and moves south down towards I-90. We get a little bit of a break tomorrow morning before that cell action comes in, and we could see now some of the models have been pointing out these stronger showers crossing over, say, northern Bainbridge Island, northeastern Kitsap County into northern King and southern Snohomish counties. So watch these closely because these models have been showing some of these with rotating updrafts, which could mean funnel cloud potential if they cross into the right area at the right time. But before we talk about that, just got to talk about this convergence zone later on in the afternoon. The NAM basically shows nothing. You know, the NAM and the HER tomorrow are two completely polar opposites of each other. You know, the HER showed a massive convergence zone down here, but the NAM shows just isolated showers along the convergence zone. So we do have some short-range model disagreement. Unfortunate, but almost to be expected. And in the meantime, the models pretty much agree that the timing of the front will be sometime between 6 to 9 p.m. tonight. So I'm hoping it doesn't move in earlier and hoping it doesn't move in later. But that is the time that I'm seeing on these models. This is what it shows at 8 p.m. here on the NAM 3KM. Convergence zone is just beginning to fire in the front's wake. And you can see the cold front clearly from Cape Disappointment all the way up through the Shelton area. Like, it doesn't get clearer than that here on the models. It really doesn't. Let's go look at the experimental RRFS model. This one usually does what's called overconvection, so occasionally it can fire off these showers a little too strong compared to what we normally see. And this again shows the frontal system moving through about 8 to 9 p.m. tonight. And again, the same exact little convergence feature here in the exact same spot as the HER and the NAM. So really good agreement on the timing and position of that convergence zone tonight. If you guys are in central Snohomish County from, let's say, about Edmonds up through Verlot and Granite Falls, this is probably the place to be for some heavy rain and maybe some strong winds within this. Again, it doesn't really pick up on the winds too much in the convergence zone, but behind it and ahead of it, it does. Let's see what this shows for max wind gusts. This is less than what the HER and the NAM are showing here, but it does still show some areas of 40 plus miles per hour over the water, but less as you go inland. Yeah, the RRFS experimental model is close to what the Euro was showing. And just for a little bit of a refresher on what the Euro was showing, this is what it's showing for between 11 a.m. and 5 p.m. tonight, and then 5 to 11 p.m. tonight. And you see things drop off a cliff after 11 p.m. because these are in 6-hour increments. Yeah. This is why they put the wind advisory out. These are likely going to be westerly winds right behind that front, surging through. And you see how it impacts areas of western Skagit, western Snohomish, and Island counties. This is probably what led the NWS to issue that wind advisory for some of these areas, but not all of them. So we got that going for us. That's in the 32 here at Normandy Park, 35 now at Bremerton Airport. That is the record on the day so far. This is wrong. 62. It's not, that station again has been acting up since December during the windstorm. Guess in the 30 right now at Arlington, 37 Camino, 35 at Hoquiam, and 31 here at Browns Point. So 34 at Point Robinson, 33 at West Point. So nothing too crazy now. If we go back and look at the satellite again, I think we have a new image here. Which, yeah, we do. You guys can see the front position is somewhere around here on Vancouver Island right now, but easy to tell. You can see the shifting winds. You've got winds out of the southwest ahead of the front and then winds out of the northwest behind it. Like, it doesn't really get clearer than this ever. As both the National Weather Service and Cliff Mass, the UW professor himself, have been talking about how powerful of a cold front this is. The typhoon from Guam expected to hit the west coast. Not that I can see. We can check on that though. We might be able to see far enough in the range on that. Let's see what the European has to show, because the 12Z Euro is finished. It only goes out to Hawaii, so let me... I don't know if I can see it here on Pivotal. Let's check out this zone. Yes, there we go. That's better. So keep an eye on it. This is the typhoon right here. See, it catches the jet stream and it rapidly weakens as it... Where's Hawaii at on this map? It's right down here. So it begins to rapidly weaken right around Sunday or so, and then it catches the jet. You see it merges with this other trough right here. So it absorbs the other trough, it deepens again, it becomes a very strong mid-latitude cyclone, and then it just dissipates out in sea before getting anywhere close to land. So it's north of Hawaii and well west of the west coast at this point. So as of right now, it's not expected to bring any direct impacts to the west coast or really anywhere outside of Guam. Look at that monster. Absolute monstrosity of a typhoon. But once again, luckily, should not bring any direct impacts to the west coast. Oh yeah, also let's go pull up the forecast here on Pivotal because parts of the area were put in the day 1 thunderstorm risk. Let me show you guys what I mean here. See, so the very northwestern tip of the Olympics was put in the day 1 general non-severe thunderstorm risk. Then day 2, they finally expanded it. It was only for parts of the coast and southwest interior. But now it looks like, not counting the Olympic Peninsula, from about King and Jefferson counties south and west of the Cascade Crest are in a day 2 general thunderstorm outlook. This means non-severe storms are expected within 25 miles of the green contour as shown here. This also includes a majority of the Willamette River Valley and the Coast Range as well, the entirety of the Washington coastline. So just a heads up for tomorrow, better chances of thunderstorms. The day 3, nothing in the area, and of course day 4 through 8, we never get anything. So then just focus on the day 1 and the day 2 categorical outlooks right now. Curiosity, let's see what the GFS shows for gusts. Shows around 35 to 40 miles per hour for most of us, so it agrees with the rest of the models. So no like massive outliers at the moment, which is exactly what you want to see. Go check out the radar real quick. Wish we had a radar on the North Vancouver Island coast. You see some areas of light to moderate showers currently moving through the Seattle Metro. From southwest to northeast, still gusting to 35 here at Payne Field, 29 out of the south. South-southeast here at Arlington. And we're gusting to 35 as the most recent update out of the south-southwest here at Tacoma Narrows. So really just the normal spring weather as of so far, and it's not really expected to be much more than a garden variety front. It's just, the sharp cutoff that you see on satellite is just not seen too much around here. So it's kind of something of significance. Yeah, as of right now, the front is probably about 150 miles or so off the coast. Also, wow, thank you so much. I believe that's you, Julie Bradford, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I think that's you, Julie Bradford. Thank you so much for sending 10 gifted memberships on YouTube. That is too nice of you. Really, really appreciate that. And to all the new members, welcome aboard. Gotta figure out, eventually I want to put up notifications when we get new members here on the screen. But I'm probably going to have to do a little bit of programming to get that set up. But yeah, thank you so much, Julie, for the 10 gifted. All right. See if I can get my head back in place here. Make sure we have all of the zones and see if any anomalies start popping up. But for now, it's really just prep work until the actual front comes in. And the timing again on that is really anywhere between 7 to 9 p.m. realistically. Just depending on your model of choice, it's slightly different. Let's go look at the most recent HER run and see what it has to show, if it shows any anomalies from the previous ones. First, looking at winds, wind gusts in particular. Some areas, again, around Tacoma down to Olympia could get up to 40 miles per hour. And areas around the Possession Sound and north of the Puget Sound here in Everett could get some wind gusts in the 40 to 45 mile per hour range when that westerly surge takes over behind that front. You see that dies out pretty quick as we get into the midnight hours. Then after that, we transition quickly into watching thunderstorms tomorrow morning. And a couple areas in particular are still getting picked up in consecutive model runs. We'll have to watch up here, Everett northward, Whidbey Island area. It's picking up some of these decent storm cells coming down the Strait of Juan de Fuca. And this has lightning potential too. Small hail and lightning potential, and the HER 3KM here shows it pretty clearly. It's not doing so hot, showing the lightning flash potential so far. Like it's drastically overdoing it, but it shows there is a chance tomorrow morning. This is around 6 a.m. Lightning flashes potentially from Everett up into Mount Vernon. This is what it's showing right here. Okay, yeah, sorry. Facebook's not refreshing comments on its own, which is a bit frustrating. But Alan Akers is asking, are those thunderstorms all day or just in the morning? It's likely to be an all-day event. I'll show you here on the 18Z, the previous run, because the hourly runs outside of 0Z, 6Z, 12Z, and 18Z only go out to 18 hours, but those 0, 6, 12, and 18Z runs go out to 48. They're what I like to call the full runs. So you can see it shows some of this cell activity going on well into tomorrow afternoon. Then once the sun goes down and the energy dies out, then most of the showers should come to a halt. Even showing, I think this could be a Vancouver Island convergence zone up here, where winds out of the Strait of Juan de Fuca and the Strait of Georgia converge on the other side of Vancouver Island and form their own little convergence zone. There are times where we can have the Puget Sound and the Vancouver Island convergence zone consecutively. So, yeah, again, if you're in Skagit, Snohomish Island, or San Juan counties, there's a chance you could be waking up by some thunder very early in the morning tomorrow. And then the rest of us, the chance of thunderstorms really picks up sharply as soon as the sun goes up and we start getting some of that ground heating going on. Let me zoom out and show you guys some of the severe weather potential here. Even though there's no severe weather expected, you still have access to all sorts of parameters that you can look at. So let's look at, for example, low-level CAPE, low-level energy levels. You guys can see there's a sufficient amount during the day tomorrow. There's even some ahead of the frontal system here, just not too much. So this is the level of potential energy for thunderstorms in the lowest 3 kilometers of the atmosphere. There's quite a few areas here that show the 3 CAPE in this case, up towards 100 or maybe 150 joules per kilogram. Of course, best chances are going to be off the coast or in the mountains. You see, like here, for example, here in the South Sound, like towards Milton, we have areas of over 100 joules per kilogram of low-level CAPE, possibly. So the ingredients are definitely there. Alan Aker says, thank you, I'm in Shelton. Hello there from North Tacoma, my new home for the time being. Go look at lapse rates. This is change in temperature with height over a given distance in the atmosphere. It's just showing some pretty incredible low-level lapse rates. Let's look at mid-level lapse rates. Those are really good too. You really want these reds and these purples if you want better chances for thunderstorms. So let's pull a sounding real quick to examine things. You see down here, these are the lapse rates here in the box. So primarily, we look at the surface to 3 kilometer lapse rate and the 3 to 6 kilometer lapse rate. And you see really anything above 7.5 degrees Celsius per kilometer is favorable for thunderstorms. So 8.1, 8.4 degrees Celsius per kilometer is more than enough for thunderstorm activity if we can get something to fire off here. We have relatively low base showers expected tomorrow, and then we have pretty good cloud tops right here. The equilibrium level right here is the highest level that the cloud tops can grow. You normally want this to be at around 6 kilometers or greater, which is almost exactly where it's at. So it's a pretty skinny cape profile, the distance between the white dashed line and the red solid line, but it's more than enough to get a few claps of thunder in a given area. So that's an encouraging sign for tomorrow. And some of these even showed marginal severe here too, which is something you don't see too often around here. But yeah, favorable profiles for thunderstorms here for most of the afternoon and late morning tomorrow. I'm just examining the King Pierce County line area in particular, but let's pull up one for the SeaTac airport, for example. Yeah, like Ashley says, W for Jaw George, aka Julie. This is 17Z, so this is 10 a.m. tomorrow at SeaTac. Cloud tops aren't super high. They're at around 5 kilometers. And high base storms, high base showers and storms, the LCL level is what we're talking about here. And that green line is at about half a kilometer or so. So higher than it was before. We want these cloud bases to be as low as possible for better storm action. Because anything really higher than 1 kilometer is considered elevated. So we're at noon, and then we're at 1 p.m. And cloud tops are at around 6 kilometers here. Okay, so where the white dashed line crosses the red solid line, that is the equilibrium level. And then, yeah, right at around the half kilometer or so, 500 meters for your cloud bases and your level of free convection, or LFC. That is where a parcel of air can freely rise on its own and it becomes unstable. So this is where the instability profile starts, is where this LFC line is. And it goes all the way from the LFC line to the EL line. So again, this shaded area between the red solid line and the white dash line is instability. This is thunderstorm fuel. And the more of it, the merrier. Trying to see if we can pull up a marginal severe sounding on the HER. If not, then it'll probably show up on the NAM. That's when it gets really high base, when it gets up to 1 kilometer, and then the whole profile falls apart and it becomes contaminated. Yeah, it becomes extremely unreliable after that point. So let's go pull up a NAM sounding and see what the NAM shows. And make sure I'm in the right range here. Okay, yeah, I see instability, so we're in the right range. So far, pretty similar profiles to what I'm seeing on the HER. We have some good sounding consistency between the models. Yeah, cloud bases around half a kilometer and cloud tops at around 6 kilometers. with some shear too. You see from the 0 to 1 here on the photograph, you see how it's curved like that. That would be good for some shear, for some wind shear, which is wind change in direction and or magnitude with increasing height. So now I'm going the wrong direction. This is 20Z. This is at 1 p.m. tomorrow. Then this is 19Z. This is at noon. This is at 11 a.m. Cloud tops around 5 to 5.5 kilometers. Definitely good for some relatively higher cloud tops. Not as high as we could get, but higher than we usually see this time of the year. And you see we have low cloud tops here at 9 a.m., which is when the model... No, it's not when the model begins. I don't know what I'm saying there, but this is at 16Z, 16 Zulu. You subtract 7 hours from this to get the time in Pacific Daylight Time. So in this case, 16 Zulu is equal to 9 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time tomorrow. And the cloud tops only increase in height from there. But we're struggling with some poor lapse rates on this model, so that's probably skewing some of the results. Go refresh Facebook again because, yeah, Facebook is still not updating everything automatically, which is frustrating. Look at mixed layer cape. Definitely favorable there. Go look at elevated cape. Yeah, around 423 joules per kilogram. That is more than enough to get a few rumbles of thunder, especially under the convergence zone where there's better lift as well. That'll definitely help our case 100% if you want to see a thunderstorm tomorrow. Surface base cape, right around the same. Go look at helicity swaths. So these tracks that you see here, these are rotating updrafts. They're called helicity tracks. And the more of these that you have in an area, then the more potential that a storm has to rotate when it has access to decent to favorable wind shear. So all of these little helicity tracks off the coast here, these could be waterspouts potentially. In an ideal setup, these could be some offshore waterspouts if you get the right conditions to set up. Let's see, supercell composite. You don't see these much around here, but we do have some supercell composites in the 1 range, which is low, but it's not 0. Basically means the probability of seeing a supercell thunderstorm, which is one of the most dangerous kinds of thunderstorms. And anything down here is super low. Like anything in the white or gray is extremely low. So I wasn't expecting anything from this at all much. So good, no surprises. All right, gotta take a water break, folks. Hang tight. Gotta take more of those, for sure. Do I even want to bother with significant tornado parameter? Probably not, because it doesn't show anything, which is good. NAM, on the other hand, does show some SIGTOR values, even if they're only 0.2. Let's see what it shows for lapse rates. It shows these lapse rates are cracked. Say over 9 degrees Celsius per kilometer would be wicked. But I'm pretty sure this is going to be an outlier. Let's pull up a sounding from around the Tacoma Narrows Airport. See what it says. Wonder if this will show marginal severe. This has cloud tops going over 6 kilometers, up towards 7 kilometers. And that's pretty tall for around here. The taller the cloud tops, then the stronger the storms are going to be in reality. But it does show these really high base showers and storms coming through with cloud bases around 1 kilometer above the ground. But some pretty impressive instability profiles for around here. You know, greater distance than the HER between the red solid line and the white dash line. So there's a more unstable atmosphere on this NAM model than it was showing on the HER model. That's a good sign if you want thunderstorms. This would be at 6 p.m., 1 Zulu time. It still shows the cloud tops going over 6 kilometers. But it doesn't look like conditions are good for any surface-based storms. You know, the 3 cape down here, which was that 0 to 3 kilometer cape I was talking about, is only around 47. So it's enough for storms, but it's not enough for anything strong to really take over. You see all of your lapse rates down here are over 8 degrees Celsius per kilometer, so that's really good for this area. Really good. And then cape profile begins to collapse as you go into the nighttime. Then you see the cloud tops begin to lower. And then the whole thing just becomes mumbo jumbo from that point. But that's just for the Tacoma area. Let's go check out Everett. That area is probably going to be closer to the convergence zone. All right, thank you guys. We're back up to 2,150 subscribers. Appreciate you guys all for jumping on, saying hello, liking the stream, and subscribing. We've actually been losing quite a number of subscribers over the last couple of months, and that's because I haven't been doing these live streams. But I'm hoping to avert that in the near future. Hopefully we can get back to at least one stream a week, but definitely more when there's active weather. And for anyone wondering about the job opportunity that came up, I do believe that has fallen through, unfortunately. I have not heard back about the job status. Hey there, other Julie. Julie Rogers, I believe. Olson or Rogers. Whichever one you prefer. Thank you again for your coffee donation earlier. Very much appreciated. Yeah, showing pretty much the same thing for Everett, too. So we're just checking out these lapse rates. And again, lapse rates are change in temperature with height. You want these to be much steeper. So you want these numbers to be much higher. Yeah. Other Julie as well. Julie Bradford up in Oso gifted the 10 membership. So huge shout out to Julie for your gift. Both Julies have donated huge today. Yeah, Julie Rogers with the coffee donation, and Julie Bradford with the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you guys so much. Yeah, it looks like there's going to be a few hour window here where we have some exceptionally high lapse rates, particularly in the South Sound. And again, mid-level lapse rates also look pretty good. And this will help steepen that red line that we saw. Pull that up again one more time. So that'll help bring this red line closer to the left towards the green line. And that will increase the distance between that solid red line and the white dashed line. That is our instability profile. Let's go look at wind shear. Wind shear is going to be pretty strong out ahead of that front today. But then once the showers begin coming in, we pretty much lose most of our wind shear, unfortunately. Then it begins to pick up again on the backside of that trough. This is, again, looking at bulk layer shear between 0 and 6 kilometers. You want more shear or more change in wind strength and direction with height in the atmosphere for better updrafts and therefore stronger thunderstorms. Unfortunately, when those thunderstorms are going to be at their peak, all the shear is going to be around us and not directly over us. So overall, the upper air synoptics are probably not going to work in our favor for any stronger thunderstorms. At least just what the models are showing. And yeah, The NAM shows 500 to 600 joules of elevated CAPE, which again is good for elevated thunderstorms. Really nice, healthy instability profile here. I just picked a random sounding. Has a little bit of shear here from the 0 to 1 kilometer mark here on what's called the hodograph. These are polar coordinates. So you want an increase in distance and an increase in curvature for this line between the 0 and 1. So there's a chance we could see a spin up or two, possibly. Let me refresh Facebook again because they're, for some reason, not automatically refreshing. Let's see. What will Snoqualmie Pass look like for Wednesday and Thursday? I would not travel over the pass tomorrow. There's a winter storm warning in effect for Snoqualmie Pass through 11 p.m. tomorrow night. Thursday should be better. From what I can see, Thursday should be better. There should be much less moisture to work with and therefore much less snow. But you may have to give the plows some time to clean up the pass Wednesday night and Thursday morning. So if you can hold it off, try to hold it off till late Thursday morning, early Thursday afternoon, for the best chances of crossing over the pass. Okay, good. 20Z HER is rendering. Let's see what this has to show for both reflectivity and winds. Gonna zoom in again to the state level and just have to wait for this to render. But let's compare what we're seeing here at 2 p.m. since it just turned 2 p.m. to what we're seeing on the radar. Unfortunately, the Olympics are messing with our radar, so I have to switch between radars, but it is what it is. It simulates stronger showers up here over Bellingham. And yeah, I guess if we go to the Aldergrove Canadian radar here, it shows pretty darn close. Sure thing, Joyful Gardener. Thank you for tuning in. Actually, it seems to be underdoing precipitation so far for the Central Sound. And for the coast, we have a few of these little squall features showing up here. Yeah, there's a little bit of rotation with these, but it just seems like they're mostly heavy rain showers. Not much in the ranks of wind at the moment, but it could get windy briefly under these little segments off the coast. We go off the coast here. It's a little hard to tell, but I don't think it's picking up those segments very well. But right now, we're currently only out to 4 frames, and this renders all the way out to 18. So we're going to be waiting here a few minutes for these next hourly frames to render here on the HER. It looks like it does start to show that frontal feature sometime around 5 p.m. along the coast. Can't quite tell if this is the front itself right now or if these are prefrontal showers coming in. You can go to the last model run to see that, though. It looks like that is the front itself. And let's go back to satellite. And we should be getting an update here very soon on the satellite. The last image was taken at 1:56 p.m. and it shows the cold front right around here, which is closing in on central Vancouver Island here soon. So we should be able to see this front on our coastal radar in the next 2 hours or so. It looks like if you're anywhere around the Ocean Shores Peninsula and points to the north, up towards Ocean City and Moclips, watch out for these heavier showers coming in off the coast right now. This could produce brief heavy rain and possibly some breezy to gusty winds at times. But right now we're not detecting any lightning, knock on wood, for any of these showers coming onto the coast. We should start to again see that front show up in the next 2 hours or so on this coastal radar. All right, folks, if you guys are watching right now and would like to help support the stream, this is the best way to do it right here. Coffee.com, KO-FI. Hoping for some yard sale weather soon. Thank you for the support. I'm going to post this link in the YouTube and Facebook comment section and pin it for you guys. If you guys would like to help support, again, this is a way to get the deposits directly into PayPal. Not have to wait till the next monthly cycle to have the funds deposited. So this is why I highly prefer donations through Coffee over any other site, even YouTube Super Chats and Facebook Stars. So if you guys would like to help donate, this would be the best way to do so to keep live streams like this full time. Thank you guys so much. I do appreciate it. Let's go check out PSE power outages, and they are starting to pop up. Looks like we're up to 2,269 PSE power outages as of 1:55 p.m. Including this one, which took out a good part of Port Orchard, unfortunately. 1,931 customers out. This was as of 1:40 p.m. this afternoon. Under investigation, so right now the ETA is 5 p.m. for restoration. And power outage up here in the Coalfield neighborhood, just north of the Renton Highlands along Highway 900 and May Valley Road. 322 customers out at the moment. That ETA is 5 p.m. tonight as well. Those appear to be the only major outages at the moment. Got a couple of outages in Anacortes and a lot of planned outages by the looks of it. Anything with the blue is a planned outage or just a controlled outage. This station up here is still acting up. Overall, let's go look at max wind gusts since midnight so far. And this one, again, cross this one off and throw it away. We're up to 45 miles per hour here at Tacoma Narrows. Only 35 at Hoquiam. 41 at Everett Payne Field. I think this is, 33 at SeaTac. 34 Point Robinson. And 44 for Central Camino Island. But we're still a couple hours out from the winds really picking up around the area. So we'll have to be hanging around for a little bit until that happens. So, if you guys want to put this in the background and listen to my discussion, feel free. I'm not going to force you guys to hang around. A lot of people just put this in the background and listen while they do their daily activities in case any breaking weather information comes in or any urgent updates. So yeah, looks like we are out to 8 p.m. here on the model run. It is showing the exact same feature up here over Everett. So could get some heavy rain and possible thunderstorms tonight with this convergence band over Everett. This would be around 8 p.m. See how they're doing on that outbreak over in the Midwest. Ooh, we got tornado watch for parts of Texas, Oklahoma, and Kansas. Severe thunderstorm watch for Texas. Tornado watch for the southeasternmost county in Minnesota and most of southern Wisconsin, northern Illinois, and eastern Iowa. We have a separate severe thunderstorm watch for Indiana and Ohio as well. Actually, cluster of severe thunderstorms is about to move into my family's area, which is in Miami County, Indiana. The extreme northwesternmost part of Miami County, Indiana, which is home of the county seat, Peru, where most of my family lives out there, is currently under a severe thunderstorm warning. It looks like that is for, 1-inch hail, 60 mile per hour wind gusts. Supercells beginning to fire up in eastern Iowa at the moment, and they're moving into an extremely volatile environment. So there's a good chance they see some strong tornadoes out there today. But, of course, our primary focus is once again going to be the Puget Sound area, which almost never gets severe weather, as you guys know. You can thank the good old Pacific Ocean for that. It's mild air. If the Pacific Ocean was considerably warmer over here, then we'd probably have better thunderstorm chances. But reality is, it's not. You know, that's just how it is. And of course, we don't always get sunlight when we need it, only when we want it. Even then, that doesn't work out in our favor, does it? What you got for Monroe this evening? Well, there's a good chance that this convergence zone on the north end of this front impacts you head on. Just a heads up, really anywhere between 7 and 9 p.m., expect heavy rain, possible gusty winds, and maybe even some lightning if you're lucky, with this convergence zone passing directly over the Monroe area tonight. It'll likely get windy ahead of this storm as well. You'll probably get some outflow wind gusts from this as soon as it passes over Island County into Snohomish County. So just a heads up, expect some heavy rain at times after the sun sets. And this is probably overdoing the lightning flash potential, but it does show potential for lightning flashes across northern King and southern Snohomish counties, particularly in the foothills and the mountains. And let's go look at it for winds too, because I haven't checked this out yet. Geez, the Her actually dropped off a cliff with the winds tonight. It's showing even less than the Euro in some spots now, so that's a bit unusual. It was showing just a few runs ago, it was showing upwards of, 45 to close to 50 mile per hour gusts ahead of this. This was likely due to a leeward low forming on the leeward side of the Olympics. Which is where winds crash into the Olympics, split, and then an area of low pressure is created due to that void, and winds rush in as a result to try to fill that low pressure, and that can create a localized pressure gradient over the area, which is a change in pressure, and that would really kick up the winds. This is what it was showing in the 13Z run, but it has completely done away with it by the time you get into the 20Z run. Now it has Everett and surrounding areas getting 40 to 45 mile per hour gusts. The surrounding area hardly seeing 40. Some areas don't even get up to 35 with that frontal system coming through. So I actually think the Her may be downplaying this a little bit, personally. I think this may be underdoing some of the wind gusts for much of the Puget Sound area, but I guess only time will tell. Just waiting to see if they decide to expand that wind advisory or not. If they do, it'll probably be at the very last minute. All right, let's see here, folks. Yeah, it's still showing a pretty potent westerly surge, though, impacting Everett later tonight behind that front. And this is where the convergence zone would be forming, right down here. But as the flow out of the northwest quickly overtakes the flow out of the southwest, this convergence zone is very likely going to move from north to south towards I-90, where it'll gradually begin to die out. as you guys can see here. See, the convergence zone at 8 p.m. according to this model is right over Everett, and then it really quickly begins to slide south. It's somewhere around here at 11 p.m. tonight. The cold front's already trekking into the Willamette Valley by this time. Just keep looking at current radar, and you see that shower I was pointing out earlier that's about to impact Ocean City. It's going to move almost directly over the radar site. Not seeing any signs of lightning yet. But I think the main lightning threat is going to be tomorrow, for sure. Excuse me. A little tired today, folks. Yeah, so if you guys want to take this time to ask any questions, I will gladly answer them to the best of my ability. Just kind of skimming around some of these Storm Chaser live streams in the Midwest at the moment, and they obviously have the much more interesting weather. Like, it's not even close. Like, our weather coming up tomorrow is a snoozer fest compared to what's going on today in the Midwest. So yeah, for anyone just tuning in, hello, this is Anthony here with Puget Sound Stormwatch. Back at it again, live for the first time on Facebook and YouTube since February, I believe. Appreciate all of you guys for tuning in with me today. We're kind of just in the precursor ahead of this frontal system coming in today. Just kind of examining these prefrontal showers to see if anything sticks out, but right now, that is not the case. You see this nice little radar hole directly over the radar site. A little bit hard to tell if that's the rain shadow, but I believe it is. Because flow's coming out of the southwest here at the lower level, so this is likely the Olympics eating away at that moisture. Decent rain shadowing going on here in Squim right now. Squim, Port Townsend, most of Whidbey Island, getting almost completely sheltered from the rain right now. But you do see some areas of slightly heavier showers coming in on the coast right now. This is right around La Push. This is, yeah, La Push is right up here a bit. No, actually, La Push is right here. This is down towards Claylock. There's a heavy shower coming into coastal Jefferson County right now, following Highway 101, a little bit inland. These are moving, once again, from southwest to northeast at the current time. I don't know why I had two radars up there for a second. Okay, so greens are inbounds, so showers and wind moving towards the radar. Reds are outbounds, they're moving away from the radar. So the axis is from northwest to southeast, which means winds are coming in out of the southwest and moving towards the northeast right now. It's going like this. So this is the direction of our shower movement. And yeah, that one shower is moving directly towards the radar site. Looked pretty good on there for a few scans, like it had some higher reflectivity values. And even this shower is starting to look pretty good up there. There may even be a little bit of rotation in it. Looks like there's a slight bit of rotation in this shower about to make landfall. So this, once again, this is Highway 101 right here in Jefferson County. And so could be a heavy gusty shower. You may even see a funnel cloud if you're lucky. But the rotation is still pretty lackluster at best. But there is just a little tidbit of rotation in that shower about to make landfall in Jefferson County. So we'll have to keep our eyes on that in case anything pops up. Let's go back to satellite real quick. Should have an updated scan on satellite, which we do. Should have one more coming very soon since it goes every 5 minutes. I said goes, which is funny because this is called the Goes West satellite. So yeah, this shows the frontal system should be moving into radar range here in the next hour and a half to 2 hours or so. Maybe even sooner. And you guys can see the winds are moving out of the southwest ahead of it and out of the northwest behind it. And then this is our more unstable air mass up here, which will bring in the thunderstorm threat tomorrow around the area. Am I imagining a temperature drop in Monroe? If you're talking about right now, I wouldn't say you're imagining it. It's probably dropping a little bit due to heavier showers moving in. But if you're talking about a big temperature drop, that likely won't be occurring until the front's right on top of you, which will probably be around, again, 7 or 8 p.m. tonight. We gusted the 40 again in the last 5 minutes here at Tacoma Narrows. The closest site to my house. The 64, once again, forget that 64 ever existed. This is false information. That site is just acting up. Yeah, 32 miles per hour right now at Everett Payne Field, 33 West Point, 30 at Point Robinson, 40 at Tacoma Narrows. And we have not seen a gust above 35 miles per hour yet along the coast, at least at the Hoquiam site. So far, so good on that. Ooh. Oh, man. I was looking out the window to my side here. It's still pretty windy. It's not as strong as it was a couple of hours ago, but it should really begin to pick up sharply here over the next couple of hours. That is at least what the forecast is showing right now. So see, once again, the HRRR rapid refresh model is showing wind gusts in the 40 miles per hour range for most of us by 5 p.m. this afternoon. Will it verify? We will have to stick around to see. $20Z model run's almost done, which is perfect. Our RFS shows this next westerly surge too. Let's see what this is about. Yeah, the RRFS may be overdoing it, but it does look like we could have some shower and cell potential Thursday afternoon too. While that air mass is still at least a little unstable. The flow will be out of the northwest, so any convergence zone that tries to set up will likely set up over the South Sound this time around. If we can get something going on Thursday. But that's what the experimental model is showing here. You see the front passes over, get a little bit of a break, and then the next morning at daybreak, we have these showers and cells moving over the area. This model here shows a pretty big cell just southeast of Tacoma here at 4 p.m. tomorrow. I'm not sure if that's going to verify. And then the actual convergence zone directly over Tacoma at 8 p.m. tomorrow as well. You can actually see right around here, the flow changes from westerly to northwesterly. You look closely, see showers moving out of the west, and then they switch to out of the northwest right around there. And then we stay in that moist northwesterly flow for the next couple of days or so after that. It looks like Friday right now should be a mostly dry day, from what I'm seeing here on the model guidance. This shower's got a little bit of rotation, but not enough to be concerned of, as it makes landfall in Jefferson County. These stronger showers down here off the coast of Pacific County, moving up towards Tokeland and surrounding areas, could bring some moderate to heavy rain at times and gusty winds. But the main event is still a few hours away. Guys, if you're in the chat right now, feel free to ask questions. Do not be discouraged to ask questions. Let's just try our best to keep them weather related, please. That's my only request to you guys. Let's see. Ashley is asking, do you have a brief overview of what the weekend could look like in Kent Auburn area? We're getting 24 hours of lemons at Pacific, and we want to know what kind of weather gear to bring. Well, I guess we can get an idea of what to expect. It's not going to be really high resolution, so I can't go over super specifics, but I can at least give you a general idea of what to expect coming up. Let's check that out real quick. And what I'm seeing on the European right now is we could have showers on Saturday morning. We're going to bring a system through Sunday morning, and that could bring quite a bit of rain Sunday morning. Nothing super heavy from what I'm seeing at the moment, but it'll likely be a wet second half to the weekend for you. Okay, because we're watching the system move in off the coast. It's going to move into Northern California, maybe even parallel the coast for a little bit, but its frontal system is going to clip us for sure. It's going to be close enough and broad enough off the coast to where it's going to bring in some shower activity and maybe some steady rain throughout the day on Sunday. But Saturday, at least right now, Saturday looks okay. Low budget race cars on the wet track. Yeah, that sounds fun. Once again, there could be resolution errors on this, so take this with a grain of salt. It does look like we could have some brief showers on Saturday, but the main system comes in Saturday afternoon by the looks of it. Saturday night, and then persists through Sunday morning. So the very beginning of the day on Saturday could be fine, but I think the rest of the weekend is going to be pretty soggy. We go look at winds. Looks like a breezy system at best, but I'm not seeing anything super major at the moment. Yeah, strongest winds are going to be off the coast with that frontal system. Virtually no wind inland. So, yeah, buckle up. It might be a fun weekend for you down there in Kent Auburn area. Ooh, did we just get a 49-mile-per-hour gust? I didn't feel any big winds here at my place, so probably, again, wind funneling in through the strait and just impacting that airport station. Areas basically directly next to the strait, but not really away from the strait, further inland like I am. It was breezy, but it wasn't that strong of a wind. That was at 2:26, so that was literally 3 minutes ago. Had a 23-mile-per-hour wind with a gust of 49 miles per hour out of the south-southwest. Oh, it's adult bumper cars. Okay. Yeah, sounds like fun, for sure. Hopefully you have a good time out there. Gonna tell my weather friends about the gust. Yeah, I don't know about the accuracy of that. It might just be terrain enhancement. Because that station is right along the narrow strait. This usually impacts Point Defiance as well, since it's immediately downstream of the strait. But it looks like most of the Ruston area is protected by the hill of Tacoma anyway, so it was likely only felt west of Ruston and along the strait here. Because I'm closer to this area, right around here. But I'm not going to get in any closer than that. And I didn't feel much of the wind. It's breezy right now. I can see the trees moving pretty good, but nothing significant like that. Kim is asking, is this event from tonight into tomorrow night? So kind of sort of two separate events. We're watching the winds ahead of the frontal system today, and then we're watching the storms behind the frontal system tomorrow. So this is a multiple day event, but it's two different sort of styles of storms that we're watching. You know, like I said before, we're watching the winds associated with the front today, and then we're watching the storm activity behind the front as an unstable air mass comes in tomorrow. Guess I got a little distracted by the topographic map right there. Looks like a few of the weather guys are going to head out to Edmonds because models are consistently showing a pretty good looking cell up there tomorrow afternoon around 1 p.m. or so. Gust of the 43 at Everett Payne Field in the last few minutes. It looks like our maxes so far are, well, 44 from earlier here at Everett Payne Field, and then 49 miles per hour is the new tentative high for the day here at Tacoma Narrows. Look at that, 87 at Camp Muir. An 87 mile per hour gust detected in the last like 15 minutes or so. Now out here along the coast, 42 miles per hour on either side of Cape Disappointment, or either side of the Columbia River Bar, pardon me. Cape Disappointment is the northern side here. And then the Klatzoff Spit is the southern side. Wonder if they'll ever fix the station on Freeland. Any guess on wind tonight from Enumclaw Buckley area? I am going to say your wind gusts are likely going to be in the 30 to 35 mile per hour range. Let's see, here's the front. It's getting closer. And be able to see it on our radar sometime, hopefully in the next hour or so. Let's check our power outages again. And outside of those two I pointed out earlier, I don't see any new major outages, so that is good. Yeah, we just have these two This one in Kitsap County and this one over in King County. Outside of that, very small individual power outages at the moment. So nothing major, but the main event has not begun yet. Yeah, so I'm going to say wind gusts are going to be anywhere really between 30 to 40, but more realistically 30 to 35 over Enumclaw Buckley. Go ahead and play this loop again one more time. Yeah, this is as easy as it gets to see the front. Like crystal clear right here. And this is the unstable air mass. You can already see areas of convection forming behind this frontal system. So yeah, this is probably going to be a fun day tomorrow to watch some storms if they do form. This is cool too. You can see this tomorrow morning. You can actually see the temp drops with the individual cells on high-res imagery here. That's pretty cool. You can actually point out the individual areas of convection. Let's look at infrared satellite, and yeah, you can tell the darker colors are higher cloud tops. Not quite in range yet, but if we go back to the long range model, the 18Z here, the longer range model, see it has widespread areas of convection moving in later tomorrow morning and early tomorrow afternoon. I just hope we can get cloud breaks so we can get the sun to heat up the ground in these areas and hopefully intensify these storms a little bit so we have better chances of lightning. Let's zoom in on this. Wonder if this will still show. Nope, I have to be zoomed out to see it, unfortunately. Look at this over the Central Sound. It has I think this is the cell they're going to be watching tomorrow over the Central Sound. Look at how quickly this thing explodes in intensity over Kitsap County, King County, Pierce County, even the eastern part of the Olympics here. That's probably the convergence zone. You can see a separate area of convection right here as well, and then they merge into one. They kind of try to merge into one entity, but it looks like they go off into the mountains and then graciously die a peaceful death late Wednesday night, early Thursday morning. I think this is the cell that they're going to be watching across northern King and southern Snohomish counties. That looks pretty impressive on visual satellite. Or infrared satellite, infrared. Let's get the radar for that. See, pretty decent looking shower. This is at 21Z, so this is at 2 p.m. All right, let's see. A couple of comments I'm missing on Facebook. What will the winds be like around Port Townsend area tomorrow? Tomorrow should not be too windy. Oh, tomorrow should be okay. The winds are going to be tonight. Yeah, you see, I'm going to zoom in here a bit. So you guys see, so Port Townsend will likely get the strong westerly winds. Port Townsend's right on the edge of this land feature here, but this has wind gusts around 43 miles per hour at 8 p.m. tonight. That is right after the changeover from southerly winds to westerly winds behind that front. As soon as that front passes over Port Townsend, that's when the winds will likely kick up over your area. And it should stay pretty steady until about midnight or so. So a couple of hours of strong winds likely for your area. And then after that, we really just watch the individual cells. And you guys can see this pretty clearly here on the high-res imagery, these little blobs here. These are areas of wind immediately downstream of the showers. Like these little blobs right here, these are the individual showers producing wind. And that is being picked up here on the imagery here. I saw someone just donated stars. Thank you very much, Janelle, for your donation of 50 stars. Really appreciate that. Unfortunately, Facebook is having severe issues today and didn't notify me with the sound like it usually is supposed to. Not sure what it is, but Facebook is just not having a great day today. Just jumping in for a minute, what are we looking at for the rest of the area tonight and tomorrow in the Graham-Eatonville area? It should get pretty windy tonight, but I'm not expecting anything major. Could have some isolated wind gusts up to 40 miles per hour when that front comes through, which is anywhere really between 7 and 9 p.m. tonight. And the wind should calm down pretty quickly. So while that front's coming through, you'll likely get some heavy downpours along with it. And there's a chance that if you're north of Seattle in this convergence zone area, you could have a little bit of lightning tonight. But that is, again, going to be depending on how strong that convergence zone is at the time. So lightning definitely possible up north tonight. But if you're south of Seattle, your lightning chances tonight are pretty low. So you see here, this is right around the Graham-Eatonville area right here. Between 9 and 10 tonight, that heavy band of showers comes through. Could kick up the wind a bit and kick up the shower activity to the point where you could even have some localized flooding for a brief amount of time. Just a heads up, aerial flooding is possible with showers this heavy all at once. It's already much, much cooler out, starting to rain, very breezy as well. Now, you can tell that front's coming in quick. We'll see if it's on time with what the models are showing or if it's ahead of time. The last time we forecasted something like this, the front came in about an hour and a half later than models showed. Which is, again, exactly why I give you that 2-hour clearance on either side to accommodate for those model deviations. Yeah, and then tomorrow, you really just got to be in the right spot at the right time. Because these models don't always do super good with convection like this. You know, sometimes they overconvect, sometimes they underconvect. But usually this model here shows showers stronger than they typically are. I think the NAM 3KM is usually the more believable model when it comes to showers like this. That was an area forecast discussion. Let's read this together. Let me drag this down real quick to the window. A frontal system will continue to move across western Washington through today with lowland rain, breezy winds, and mountain snowfall. Unsettled conditions continue on Wednesday. Steady rain through this evening with a brief convergence zone progressing across the central Puget Sound tonight. South winds will remain breezy, peaking this afternoon and evening. A wind advisory remains in effect for the Grays Harbor County coast as well as Admiralty Inlet and Everett region. Gusts 35 to 45 miles per hour in these areas. Looks like they're capping our wind gusts off at 40 miles per hour for the rest of the area. And it says, increased foliage may lead to localized power outages. They talk about the snow. Snow will continue at times for the Cascades through Wednesday. Total snowfall amounts 8 to 14 inches for Snoqualmie and Stevens, with higher amounts 18 inches near White Pass and Mount Baker. Snow will subside Wednesday night. How's the new place? So far, so good. I've got it pretty much set up. I've got my setup. I got my setup set up just the way I need it right now to do these live streams, but it's not super fancy at the moment. Got all my screens mounted on the walls and everything, and my lights are ready to go. My speakers, the microphone, obviously. So I'm here streaming right now because I have at the very least, the bare minimum to be able to do this. All right, let's see here. Here's an interesting paragraph. An upper level low, or an area of low pressure in the upper atmosphere, in this case the upper troposphere, will move across the Pacific Northwest on Wednesday. This will result in colder temperatures aloft or above the ground and increasing instability. Scattered showers will be around Wednesday with the threat for isolated thunderstorms. Probabilities for thunderstorms peak between 15 to 25% primarily during the afternoon. Lightning, breezy winds, as well as small hail may accompany any heavier showers. He said temperatures Thursday morning will fall in the low to mid 30s, resulting in potential frost concerns. Looks like portions of the South Sound will need to be monitored for freeze conditions. And it says increasing sunshine is expected during the afternoon on Thursday. Sun fans rejoice. Julie says she's still here listening. Thank you for being part of the club. I know it's not too much to talk about. And our first live stream did way better, but unfortunately technical difficulties brought that down. But we're back for a new live stream for the time being. Yeah, so we got the wind advisory for downtown Everett, Marysville area, Island County, lowlands of western Skagit and northwestern Snohomish counties, and the shoreline Linwood, South Everett area. And then also the wind advisory for the Grays Harbor County coast. And then a whole plethora of small craft advisories and gale warnings. There's currently a gale warning in effect for the Puget Sound and the Hood Canal. So gale force winds can be expected as this front comes in. That's the area forecast discussion. Still not seeing too much for power outages, which is good news. You can see that front is gradually pushing in closer. That the stream will start to pick up on all platforms when that front moves in closer. Checking on radar one more time, and you can start to see these squall-like features showing up much more clearly now. You can clearly see the wind shift here on the right with the velocities. So green, again, is moving closer to the radar, or towards the radar, pardon me, and the darker colors are moving away from the radar. Oh, there's a chance that when this impacts areas near Tokeland, that this could bring heavy rain and strong winds to some parts of the coast for a short amount of time. This shower here, this band of showers, will also track pretty close to the Hoquiam Airport MEDAR station. And looks like that shower is pretty strong, but it's got a lot of interference from the radar. So we'll have to wait till this moves off towards Highway 101 to get a clearer picture of what this is showing right now, because right now this is showing a pretty decent squall moving just on the other side of the radar site right now. If you know anyone up towards Hump Tulips, tell them that heavy rain's on the way. Heavy rain and brief strong winds possible. It looks like we've got a little bit of rotation on this little shower right here too. It's small, but it's noticeable. I think that's what's left of that cell as it was moving onto the Jefferson County coast. So beginning to rotate a little better as it moves off in the higher terrain, but we'll just see how it acts when it interacts with the slopes of the Olympics. It'll probably shred the shower to pieces. Starting to move out of the range of radar now too, so it'll be much harder to see what it's like when it moves into the mountains. Gonna refresh Facebook again. Will this be a quick in and out wind event? I believe so, yes. Wind should probably peak for like 3 hours at most and then be done with. As long as you're not downstream of the Strait of Juan de Fuca, like Everett, areas in that wind advisory will likely have winds going into the middle of the night. But the rest of the areas should be okay from any super strong wind, and for a very short amount of time as well. Just checking out the wind outside, and it's definitely ramping up a bit more. So something's on the way. See this shower a little bit clearer now in the new scan. Right there, just south of Hump Tulips. Wonder if we have anyone watching from out there right now. If you are, go ahead and let me know. Yeah, this is around 3 p.m. It has this really nice shower crossing over the Puget Sound, from Kitsap County into the Kings-Snohomish County line. I wouldn't be surprised if that sucker's rotating too. So if you're in this area here, just north of Seattle, south of Everett, be on the lookout for this shower if it forms tomorrow, because that could produce a funnel cloud under ideal conditions. And we have a lot of these individual showers as well. Very discrete, which means they're not really interacting with the other showers. They're just kind of floating on their own. So if we have enough cloud breaks between these, we could get these showers to potentially bubble up into thunderstorms for a short amount of time while the sun's still out. So can't wait to see how that verifies. Oh. Cannot wait till this room is fully set up. It's going to take a lot of motivation to get it to that point. Let's load up the advisory layer again, show you guys what's going on around the area. They put out new small craft advisories for the Possession Sound. Yeah, I believe this is now part of the Admiralty Inlet. Let me check what zone this shows. This is northern inland waters, including the San Juan Islands. Southwest winds 15 to 25 knots until 2 a.m. Wednesday. So small craft advisory. It means wind speeds of 21 to 33 knots and or seas 10 feet or higher are expected to produce hazardous wave conditions to small craft. And then these darker purples, these are gale warnings at the moment for the Puget Sound and the Hood Canal. In effect till 11 p.m. this evening. Southwest winds 20 to 30 knots, wind gusts to 35 knots. 35 knots is basically the bare minimum for gale strength. That's around 39 miles per hour. Yeah, so the bare minimum is 34 knots, which is 39 miles per hour. That again is until 11 p.m. tonight for the Puget Sound and the Hood Canal. Then we have small craft advisories for the north coast out 60 nautical miles, and then for the central and southern coasts out 60 nautical miles. These are until 8 p.m. tonight. And then it'll be replaced by a small craft advisory going into effect 8 p.m. tonight and lasting through 5 a.m. on Thursday. We have a winter weather advisory for the Olympics right now, currently in effect until 11 p.m. tonight. 6 to 12 inches of new snow with gusts to 40 miles per hour at times. Have the winter storm warning in effect for the Cascades. Pretty much all Cascade zones in Washington state except for the East Slope Central Cascades. They're in a winter weather advisory. But the rest of this, 8 to 18 inches of new snow possible with wind gusts of 40 miles per hour. This is in effect. Let me make sure the time hasn't changed. Nope, this is until 11 p.m. tomorrow. For all of the passes. So Stevens, Snoqualmie, White, that includes all of you. And then, of course, we have the wind advisories, the areas in brown. So these include the Grays Harbor coast, including ocean shores and Westport, and then areas immediately downstream of the Strait of Juan de Fuca. So from the Whatcom County line down to the Snohomish County line. It includes western Skagit County, western Snohomish County, and all of Island County. But no advisories at this time for Port Townsend, San Juan County, or western Whatcom County. And that front's approaching quickly. I think it's about time to make a post. Is this gonna work? Nah, I'm not gonna worry about it right now. Let me at least check to see if Windy is back up. I can switch my satellite back to there because there was an outage earlier on their server. Now let's see if you guys can see that. Yeah, there's an outage in North America, South America, Asia, and Australia, unfortunately. So we lost access to Windy satellite, sadly enough. I can at least save the frame though. I'll go and make a post real quick on Facebook about it. Today is 14th, I think. Yep, 14th. Yep, we just got a new scan in there. Yeah, again, front is right in here. It's coming down central Vancouver Island right at the moment. So share that over on Patreon also. And there we go. New post on Facebook. Colleen says, so far, just a little breezy in Bonnie Lake. Thank you for the report. Make sure that only followers can comment. I'm going to go make posts on X and Blue Sky as well. Go level beginner. Already stressing out my voice box today. Okay, there we go. Made all my posts. Will the lightning tomorrow be widespread? No, it's going to be pretty isolated. From what I can see on models, it looks like most of the lightning potential is going to be over the central Puget Sound. The rest of it's probably going to be small hail showers at most. This really depends on how much convection we have and if we can get enough sun breaks to generate widespread daytime heating. Tomorrow may be a good time to reactivate the rapid fire update channel on Facebook too. Haven't used that since later in December, I think. Either early January or late December. So that channel's been sitting dormant for quite some time. You guys want to go find that? That's on the front page of my Facebook, the Rapid Fire Update Facebook channel. Drink water. Thanks for the reminder. That was good stuff. Yep. Shout out Kim with the Valiant drink water reminder. See this. Going to update here in a moment. Let's go back and check radar. Here's your little squall approaching Tokeland in Northern Ocean Park right now. Let me see if this is detecting lightning on my lightning app. Currently it is not. No lightning at the moment. But still a pretty robust shower approaching Northern Ocean Park and Tokeland. It's moving directly towards Tokeland. So heavy rain and gusty winds possible with this squall as it moves in. And then this will track into mostly rural portions of Pacific and Grays Harbor counties. Rain break, gonna go feed chickens. Be back in a bit. Sounds good. Still have both the Julies in the chat. +1. +1 for their vigilance. Not seeing the front on the radar yet, but it's close. See, we just had the wind shift up here at this station. At CWRU, 2 p.m., the wind has shifted to out of the northwest. So the front has passed northern Vancouver Island now. You guys can see the CYZ station here. This one is still out of the southwest. So the front has not passed there yet. And there's no wind currently reported here. That means the front is probably somewhere right over, if not just north or just south of this airport spot right there. I don't even think that's an airport. I just think that's one of the coastal observation stations. The front is definitely between these two stations right here, right now. This might be one of those little prefrontal squalls I was talking about in previous discussions. That's what it looks like on this. Yeah, it definitely looks like a squall for sure. Not the actual front, but just a prefrontal segment coming in. Starting to see it a little bit better there on radar. Yeah, some pretty moderate rain over Kitsap County right now, moving into the Seattle area. Seattle to Everett will probably get most of this heavy rain here in the next 2 hours or so. Anywhere, anytime in the next 1 to 2 hours for sure. But we'll have to watch where some of these little squall segments go because that could kick up the winds quite a bit in their wake. You know, I would like to give a huge shout out to the Julies in the chat. Thank you so much for your donations and your gifted memberships. And again, if you guys would like to donate, the best way to do so would be through coffee.com. Links are posted and pinned on Facebook and YouTube in the comment sections. Huge shout out for the coffee donation earlier. We are now up to 313 total coffees received. So thank you guys so much. Really, really appreciate the generosity. Yeah, that's a little prefrontal segment that we're seeing right in here, for sure. Wish we could zoom in, but I don't think we're able to zoom in here on this imagery, which we're not. Yeah, the actual front is somewhere right up in, say like right up in here. So it's just off of the radar's range right now. Once this thing tracks closer inland, we'll definitely feel the effects start to pick up. AKA stronger winds. Ooh. Let's go check up on severe weather around the Midwest. Have a tornado warning in eastern Iowa right now. That is radar indicated with 2.5-inch hail. Not much going on in Oklahoma right now, where there's also a tornado watch out there as well. But there's some discrete cells beginning to move into the Red River Valley. So those will be in Oklahoma here pretty shortly. Okay, go check back on comments again. Get a new radar scan, see what's going on here off the coast. Squall is about to impact areas between Grayland and Tokeland. So just a heads up, if you know anyone out there in southwestern Grace Harbor, northwestern Pacific counties, there is a squall approaching you here in the next few minutes. So likely also clip northern areas of the Long Beach Peninsula as well. It's a good thing you guys can't hear a lot of the background noise going on outside right now. And you gotta love kids and their terrible twos phase. Yeah, one of the weather experts in a group I'm in is saying that that's the actual front. I don't believe that's the actual front. Okay. Anyways, let's go refresh Facebook comments again since Facebook is in a league of its own. So I still have 8 of you guys here on YouTube, and I have 6 of you guys on Facebook. Yeah, again, not too interesting, but thank you guys for tagging along, whoever still is. Intending to stay live, hopefully, until this cold front has passed through the area. But I may take some breaks here and there. I'll let you guys know what goes on. All right, let's go and check out satellite again one more time. This is from 8 minutes ago. Let's check model data again one more time. Right around 3 o'clock, and let's zoom out. All right. Yeah, this front's going to be coming in quick. So there's a chance this may be the actual front coming in. And if so, and we be getting the winds kicking up here in the next 1 to 2 hours for most of us. Let me go back to observations. Let's check out wind direction here. Yeah, so these buoys out here, the front has long since passed these buoys out here in northern Vancouver Island. Now this one's out of due west. So that's CYZ, Tofino Airport. CYZ. Yeah, maybe this is the front. Maybe my eyes are just deceiving me. It's a little hard to tell based off of satellite imagery. Wow, this squall really intensified there for a scan. I'd be surprised if that's already producing lightning and it's just not showing up on radar scope. Go and check the lightning app one more time. Nope, no lightning yet. Yeah, that's a pretty impressive squall right now between Tokeland and Grayland. Just on the north end of Long Beach. Primarily looking for when these wind barbs shift over to northwest. Right now, all of these guys are out of the southwest. Once these shift out of the northwest, then we know that the front has passed over. So the front should make landfall sometime between 4 and 5 p.m. at Cape Flattery. That's what I'm seeing on the model guidance here. Yeah, this could very well be it right there. That could be our frontal system. Just wait to see the wind shift. It looks like it updated and we had our wind shift at the Tofino Airport, which is CYZ right there. Very interesting evening coming. That is right, Kim. A lot of the weather nerds around here are really excited about this cold front coming in, just because of how sharp it is. Now, there's going to be probably a pretty stark temperature difference ahead of it and behind it. Just watch those barometers closely and watch those thermometers. You'll likely see a pretty stout change in pressure as well as a change in temperature. Yeah, that squall is moving directly over the north end of Long Beach right now. There's a wind shift right just to the west of Tokeland. All right. Yeah, very interesting evening, and I'm going to try my best to see if I can hang around for all or most of it. We'll just see how conditions last. Yeah, so it looks like the front has officially passed Tofino Airport, this station right here. So looks like the Cape Flattery and these stations out here. Yeah, the buoys are next. And we'll obviously see the switchover at Quileute and La Push right after. Then we'll know for sure that the front has made landfall. That is probably going to be another hour out or so. Someone just unfollowed me on Twitter. What a shame. There we go. Got a new satellite scan in just now. Once again, we get one of these in every 5 minutes. It's a little hard to tell, but yeah, it does look like the back end of the front is over central Vancouver Island, and the front end of it is about to approach Cape Flattery. So I guess maybe I should have looked a little harder before making that presumption. Yeah, I do believe this is the front now. Should be just crossing into Cape Flattery here in the next, hopefully, 20 minutes or less. And then Quileute within the next half hour. Half hour to 45 minutes. Interested to see how this little squall feature down here in Tokeland hangs up or holds up as it moves into areas like Montesino, Elma, and Satsop, for example. Because it's on a collision course for Montesino right now. Assuming it survives the Willapa Hills, that is. I think I can already feel it in my bones, Kim says. It's possible. It's entirely possible. You can most likely feel the pressure change in your bones. Because the pressure is likely going to drop until this front comes through, and then it's going to rise behind it. Locked up the chickens, awful dark to the northwest, and it's breezy again. Julie Bradford just said on YouTube. Yeah, my stepmom has chickens too. But she usually locks them up around 7:30, rain or shine. So I'm just waiting to see if any of these buoys out here change their wind direction to out of the northwest. Because that, of course, is when we'll know that the front has moved over. Looks like we're still probably 15 to 20 minutes out from knowing. It's hard to tell on the northern end of this front, but you can clearly see the wind shift right in here at the moment. See that? That's going to be our area of interest right there. And that squall has now moved directly over the Tokeland Spit. I bet it was pretty gnarly out there, or still is pretty gnarly out there at the moment, as that squall passes over. Let's go check on gusts again. Yeah, gusting to 29 out of the southwest at Hoquiam right now. Koolu Airport is 17 out of the southwest. We're gusting to 29 here at the Nia Bay buoy at the moment. Didn't want to go out in the rain again later. They have a big coop and attached runs spoiled. Yeah, spoiled chickens, all right. That's the truth. And you see winds out of the northwest here. Out of the west here at Tofino, so we likely already had the wind shift there. Just waiting on these two buoys to change their wind direction. Let's go check on power outages again while we have a moment. And they fixed the two big power outages already. But now we have a new power outage popping up here over northern Kitsap County off of Highway 307. 134 customers affected. ETA is 6 p.m. for restoration. Again at 2:48 this afternoon, so not long ago. But the rest of the widespread outages have been repaired. Also, a small outage here affecting 58 customers in Lacey. Like between Lacey and Olympia. That is estimated to be restored at 6:30 p.m. The rest of them are just little individual customers. Probably not related to the wind. Just how much colder will it get? It will get at least a few degrees cooler. Can probably pull this up on model data and see what it says. You can see it clear as day here on the NAM, for example. See, look at the blues pop up right as the front moves over the mountains. So the front is right here. You see it's 48 degrees in Tacoma at this time, and as the front moves over, it's all the way down to 40 degrees. It goes from 48 degrees to 45 in an hour, and then down to 43, and then to 41 by midnight, and then 40 by 1 a.m. And we actually get all the way down to 37 by 7 a.m. on this forecast. So that's about a 10-degree drop overnight behind that cold front. Definitely a really potent cold front for sure. Your bestie 321 says, ooh, getting real windy in South Hill now. Thank you for the heads up. Yeah, as that front approaches, the winds will definitely pick up quite a bit. You can now see the back end of the front with the broken cloud cover moving down across central Vancouver Island right now. The leading edge of this front is most likely somewhere in here. about to approach Cape Flattery from the west. And any time now, we should have the northwesterly changeover at these stations. Let me just check to see how often these refresh. Every 10 minutes they refresh. At least that one refreshes. That was the same one, I think. There we go. Now this one's every 20 minutes. Actually, it's very intermittent, actually. Extremely intermittent. There's like no trend to when it updates. So we'll be following along this buoy here. The traffic separation lighted buoy will be our buoy of target. Updates every 10 minutes. That'll tell us the first sign that the front is making landfall. And that is a gnarly squall moving in the Bay Center right now. So Bay Center, South Bend, and Raymond, watch out. There is a pretty strong squall line about to move either into or near your areas. Although the track right now should keep it directly out of South Bend and Raymond, but it could get close enough to where outlying areas around these cities could feel some of the effects of this squall line. And those, again, are probably going to be heavy rain, gusty winds, and possible lightning. But no lightning as of yet to talk about. A couple of comments coming in on the new post. And reply to a couple of these comments real fast. Okay, reply to a couple of your comments. See how many more come in. Yeah, that's a really nice, crisp squall line making landfall down there in Pacific County right now. Of course, it still looks like the main story is still a few hours out, and that is our cold front boundary right there. We should see that wind shift very shortly here at the buoy. Ugh. Once again, a reminder for you guys, there are wind advisories in effect for certain zones around Western Washington. They include the Grace Harbor County zone right here, and Western Skagit, Western Snohomish, and Island counties up here in the interior. These are calling for wind gusts 40 to 45 miles per hour possible. The coastal advisory expires at 6 p.m. and the inland advisory expires at 7 p.m. But no other wind advisories at the moment for any other zones. However, we do have gale warnings, and it looks like, unless I missed it, they just expanded the gale warning through the Strait of Juan de Fuca and the Salish Sea as well. Not seeing any updates on the NWS monitor though. Yeah, we do now have gale warnings for the central and eastern Strait of Juan de Fuca and the Salish Sea. The gale warnings expanded to the west. A little trippy reading comments on the TV. Hopefully I'll figure out a way to get that little mini screen set up again. Could even just pull up my laptop too and have my laptop for comments. Do we have a new update from this yet? We do not. Unfortunately, it stopped reporting at 3 o'clock. We may have to wait a little bit to see when this wind shift takes place. Or we may just have to wait till it passes through La Push and Quileute, which I believe these ones update every 5 minutes. Yeah, just look at that beautiful satellite imagery again. It is picture perfect. Like that's as clear of a cold front as you'll ever see. That's why it's got us weather enthusiasts so stoked for its arrival. There we go, new satellite image just coming in. Right. It looks like that squall's losing a little strength as it moves inland. It's moving into mostly rural areas anyway, so impacts further downstream should be minimal, I would hope. This is again moving towards the Montesano, Brady, Elma area right now, and Satsop as well. Okay. I just had someone else confirm that this is indeed the front and that it is right on time, according to model guidance. So this station out here at, I think, Destruction Island is always out of the west for some reason. I'm expecting the shift to out of the northwest to impact this area sometime again in the next 10 minutes, I would hope. 10 minutes or sooner. Means it's probably right on top of those stations as I speak. Just lost one of the stations. But that one was reporting inaccurately anyway, so good riddance, I suppose. Okay, yeah, this definitely passed Tofino now because the station's out of the northwest at the moment. So we for sure had the wind shift at the Tofino airport. Now we're just waiting on the wind shift for Cape Flattery. Anytime now. See nice steady rainfall rates over Kitsap County and surrounding areas right now. And you can see some of these stronger winds aloft as well over some of the area. This has about 50-mile-per-hour winds, and let's at about 3,500 feet above the ground, at least above the radar's axis. So any heavier showers will easily drag this down to the surface, or some brief heavy winds, possible. Still see the squall hanging on right there. Yeah, as the front gets closer, you can see it much more clearly here on the left side, on reflectivity. If you guys have any big winds where you're at, please feel free to let me know. We'll gladly take your reports. Someone just posted on a group saying the winds are blowing strong and steady in the Snohomish Valley. Looks like Ben was just a tad bit late on posting that wind advisory to the Washington Weather Chasers page. But better late than never. Okay, Julie says, I am now, blow then stop. And look, we just had another buoy pop up out of thin air. This one apparently reports on an hourly basis, but it skipped an hour. You can see the temperature fluctuating quite a bit. So, yeah, that front has long since passed this general area. And up next is Cape Flattery. Very shortly. Man, this thing is just, it's a work of art, I tell you. It is a work of art. Breezy, but mostly calm in Yelm. Thank you, Ashley, for the heads up. It's going to keep refreshing Facebook comments since Facebook won't do me the favor of refreshing it themselves today for some reason. There's an observed considerable tornado. Ooh. Go shift gears over to Wisconsin here for a moment. Look at that. That thing is a monster on the ground near Union Center, Wisconsin. So this is a particularly dangerous situation for this area in Wisconsin. Let's check. I think this is, yeah, this is I-94 and I-90. I believe this is, yeah, just northwest of the Dells here in Wisconsin. Do I even want to look at the correlation coefficient? Ooh, ooh, jeez. Look at that debris ball. That thing is massive. It's a 2-mile wide debris ball. Are you kidding me right now? Outright diabolical, and it's moving towards Interstate 90 and 94. Man. That thing is in a league of its own. Oh, man. North end of Union Center, Wisconsin took a direct hit. Look at that monstrous tornado debris signature over there right now. It's moving directly towards Lindina, Wisconsin, and then Mauston and Lemonweir, Wisconsin. Huge, yeah, like Julie said. Speaking of huge, that gust that just hit was huge. Yeah, that's just something you don't want to see. The fact that you can see a crystal clear debris ball zoomed out, like that's just horrible for them. And man, that velocity is just sobering. Yeah, huge tornado moving towards Lindina and Mauston, Wisconsin right now. Worst case scenario. Just, you really hate to see it, honestly. Ooh, this one's observed as well. This one's moving towards Highland, Wisconsin. But it doesn't have a clear tornado debris signature, so that's good. But still an observed tornado, mostly over rural, geez, sorry, I can't say it for some reason. Rural areas, but it is approaching the town of Highland, Wisconsin very shortly. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tornado warnings that I can see. Yeah, I saw the PDS and I was like, are you kidding me on that right now? Yeah, that's downright crazy. One of these tornado warnings is producing a 3-inch hail. Pretty crazy. And now this squall's moving into the northern part of Raymond. Luckily, there's basically no population up here. And yep, there's a front. That's just terrifying, like Kim said. Do I even want to look at the streams? Tune in what Max Velocity is saying. Oh yeah, his chat's going ballistic right now about that. And just some crazy stuff going on right now. And of course, got to tune in to Reed Timmer's live stream as well. I was watching him almost all night last night. Well, all afternoon, I should say. Where exactly are they? Looks like they're near Manchester, Iowa. Yeah, tornado warning east of Madison, Wisconsin. Then it looks like they reduced that PDS warning down to an observed tornado warning. Not sure what that's about. Still a pretty big debris ball about to enter uh, Lindina and Mustin, Wisconsin. In case you guys want to know what's going on around the country, it's really slow around here compared to there. Still no wind shift as I can see at Cape Flattery. So the front hasn't quite arrived yet, or it hasn't updated yet in that same interval. Yeah, it's going pretty ballistic in Wisconsin and Iowa right now. But I'm going to shift my attention back to the Puget Sound area. Yeah, still some steady heavy rain approaching, but nothing out of the ordinary. Fortunately, my radar scope is busted again. Go figure. All right, sweet. We have 30 likes on Facebook. Thank you guys for that. Looks like we have a couple people tuning in from Bangladesh and South Africa. That's pretty cool. A few of you tuning in from Canada, and the rest of you, of course, the USA. 6 viewers on Facebook, 7 viewers on YouTube. The lucky combo of numbers. Gotta love it. All right, so we're in the countdown now. It looks like the squall has expanded down towards Long Beach and Cape Disappointment. So probably pretty windy and rainy conditions currently moving on to Long Beach. Well, now it wants to work. If I were anywhere on the planet right now, I'd probably want to be in Long Beach. I think Father Unit might be home. Yep, sounds like it. Okay, guys, I'm going to take an intermission. So, see you guys again in about maybe 10 to 15 minutes. Hang in there, folks. Be right back. All right, everyone, thank you for your patience. We are back in action. Let's check things out. Perfect time for my dad to get back home. Hopefully we can gather most of our audience back. Let's go check out some comments here. Let's refresh Facebook one more time. Nothing new on Facebook. And 2 of you guys over on YouTube. So, wind chimes going off here in Northeast Washington, wishing everyone peace. Check out the thunderstorms in Puerto Rico. Oh, there's automatic translations. That's cool. Tons of thunderstorms in the northern part of Puerto Rico, and there may be many lightning strikes in Puerto Rico as well. Yeah, this is what's going on around the Midwest and the South right now. Look, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tornado warnings, including one moving towards Milwaukee. Let's go see Puerto Rico. Oh yeah, there's a lot of thunderstorm activity directly over Puerto Rico. That's for sure. This one might even be rotating right here a bit. Pretty cool stuff. See some thunderstorms out here a bit further east as well. Yeah, that one radar covers a long span. A little bit laggy today. The thing is, I don't see any more tornado warnings for observed tornadoes. So that's good news. Let's go back to our area again. You can start to see the front much more clear here on the velocity. You can start to see it here in the red zone also. Does not want to work. When was this station last updated? 3:10, so we're still an hour behind. Fortunately, it's running an hour behind, so may not find out until the wind shift happens here at Quileute and La Push. Which is unfortunate, but it's fine. We'll check power outages again one more time. Only 370. We still have that outage here in Kitsap County. We got a couple outages here in Whidbey Island, or on Whidbey Island. And we got a couple of isolated outages here and there, including one in Rochester, affecting 6 customers. The rest of them are either individual outages or planned outages. So nothing of huge significance, at least at the moment. But those will probably pick up tonight just a tad bit as that frontal system comes in. My audio working? Okay, yeah, it is. Good. Scared me for a second. I was like, hang on, I'm not seeing any audio feedback, but yeah, we're good. Breath of fresh air. It's going to take me a while to get my audience back. Almost 20 likes here on YouTube. Oh yeah, this stream is slow today. Just barely past 100 views. It was going so much better the first time before we had to end abruptly due to technical difficulties. I ended up putting a little spacer between my graphics card and my bottom fans to keep them from rubbing on one another. And so far, so good. Actually, the graphics card hasn't even fired up yet since I restarted the PC. Yeah, the wind hasn't picked up yet in Hoquiam. Only the max wind gust of 35 recorded so far. Westport max is 35. That's in the wind advisory zone. We'll see. This advisory has 2 hours left on it, and they have not extended it yet. We are gusting up to 39 now here at Whidbey Naval Air Station. 35 at Arlington. That is tied for the strongest on the day. 39 currently at Camino Island with max gusts of 44 since midnight. And we have 37 miles per hour with a max of 38 here in Hansville. Again, as a reminder, wind advisories for the areas in brown, gale warnings for the areas in purple as shown here, darker purple. The lighter purple areas are small craft advisories. Yeah, the back end of that front has already passed well over Tofino in areas of central Vancouver Island, and it's on its way into western Washington at this time. You guys can see it looks like it's making landfall right there at excuse me, right around Cape Flattery. Is probably just past Cape Flattery and is making its approach into the Ho Indian Reservation right now. Quickly approaching the Quileute Regional Airport. Right around there is our front. Showing up much clearer now here on reflectivity, so you can easily see where the frontal boundary is. Doesn't get much clearer than that, does it? You can even, it looks like you can see the backside of the frontal boundary on satellite now, or on radar now too. And then the squall, which now extends all the way down past Astoria and into Cannon Beach. Let's see how far this treks inland, because that could cause some isolated stronger winds as well. I think actually the models a couple days ago were hinting at this, but it was very inconsistent. We'll see, because I do see what looks like a little squall segment moving into Malone and Porter right now, just south of Elma, towards McCleary. So we'll see what these end up doing as they move into these more populated areas. Go check on Facebook one more time. No new updates there. So far, so good. Ooh. Yeah, let's see how far the squall tracks inland, because if it tracks into the Olympia and Tacoma areas, this will kick up the winds a bit ahead of the actual frontal system. There were some models hinting at this. Let me see if any new model runs have come out. Working on the 22Z right now, so let's check out the 21Z. See what it shows for wind. I think this is what it's trying to show right here in Tacoma. The little prefrontal segments coming through. That's still holding steady with the timing around 8 p.m., anywhere between 8 to 9 p.m. for most of the area. But it has wind gusts up to 41 miles per hour, maybe even greater over some areas of Tacoma. But so far, not really verifying. I think the results for the Tacoma Narrows Airport earlier were skewed because it was showing a wind gust of 49 miles per hour when I got hardly anything at my place just east of the Tacoma Narrows. See what the 22Z shows, even though the data set's incomplete. Shows 37 miles per hour at 5 p.m., 42 miles per hour at 6 p.m. in Tacoma. Look at that shower right there. What does that look like on reflectivity? We're not quite in that range yet. But so far so good on model agreement in the short run, the short range. Yeah, you should see the end in the steady cloud cover is coming very soon for the coast. And the front is making landfall in Nia Bay right now. So wind shift is coming for Nia Bay very shortly. We'll see if this squall here makes it into Olympia, then I'll definitely be posting an update on it to Facebook. Definitely. See, some of our YouTube audience is starting to come back. Welcome back, everybody. I'm surprised at how much my winter storm warning post blew up. I was more popular than some of my recent posts. All of that over a mountain winter storm warning in April. Few messages coming in as well. All right. Yeah, you can clearly see how defined this frontal boundary is now. A little bit jagged, but you can tell exactly where the front is, and it's getting closer. And then, of course, we also have the prefrontal squall feature here, like this, which could kick up the winds ahead of the actual main front itself. could see something similar to what we saw back in October, where we had sort of a squall move in and bring strong winds, which helped knock out the power before the actual front itself moved in the actual storm system. So I guess we'll see. I'm just waiting for any real-time reports in this area, and it's going to base my forecast off of that, really. Real-time observations, whether it be in person or looking at the sites. For example, it looks like the Shelton Airport is going to be next in line. Shelton and then Olympia. If we see anything erratic pop up there, then we'll sound the alarm on that. Case Wallace says, or KC Wallace, pardon me if I said that wrong. Watching from Burton on Vashon. Dagmar DeVere, definitely coming into eastern Washington right now. Wind gusts and rain. It is on the way for you, but it likely won't move over the passes until very early tomorrow morning. But you're most likely feeling the winds pick up on the east slopes too. I can see, for example, Yakima's airport station is gusting to 31 out of the southwest right now. And see, it's gusting out of the south here at a few of these central Washington airports as well. So, yeah, it's on the way for sure. It is on the way. It's only a matter of time. Yeah, you can clearly see the back end of the front, not only on satellite, but on radar as well. See this nice gradual cutoff here. That's the back end of the front. You should see the wind shift at Quilly here, hopefully in the next 30 minutes or less. Wind direction hasn't shifted at the buoy yet, but I feel like it's on its way. The front is basically right on top of this buoy at the moment. Can you see this on the ATX radar site yet? No, you cannot. But once it passes over the Hood Canal region here, it passes just downstream of the Hood Canal on this axis, we should be able to see the squall pop up on the Camino Island radar site. You can see a couple of these embedded squalls approaching McCleary and surrounding areas right now, moving off towards the northeast. So I'll be watching the Shelton Airport Station here and the Olympia Airport Station for any updates on that. But I'm not seeing those flips in wind direction yet. I think this one's an hour behind still. It's trying to catch up, but it's still about 45 minutes behind. So we probably already had the wind shift at this station. It's just not showing up on my end quite yet. Okay, the station down here is gusting up to 42 now. Gusting to 42 at Cape Disappointment, gusting to 47 at the Clatsop Spit. Laughing Dogs Academy, dude, now I can hear yay. Sorry, was the audio cutting out there for a bit? Maybe it's because I was probably talking a little too quietly and not up close to the mic. So if it was cutting out, I'm sorry about that. I'm putting a lot of stress on my voice box right now, so bear with me. Okay, the time of the wind advisory has been extended. Go ahead and pull this up real quick. They do both zones. Okay, so they extended the wind advisory another hour for the interior zones. And they also extended it for an hour, or by an hour for the coast zone as well. They did not expand the area, just only extended the time. So, big gusts here on the peninsula. It's only blustery right now in Tacoma, but nothing too major, at least at the moment. So again, the advisory is now in effect until 8 p.m. for the interior. This includes Island County, Western Snohomish, and Western Skagit counties. And then in effect until 7 p.m. for the Grays Harbor County coast. Just extended by an hour for all of the currently impacted zones. Which probably means that they're tracking this thing to come in a little bit slower than what models were showing originally. But yeah, the front is much more clearly indicated now this time around. Let's move this down just a tad bit. Just waiting for the wind shift here at Quileute. See how strong it is when it hits that station. Yeah, Kim says drink. Drink I will. You guys probably can't hear much because of my mic attenuator, but my 2-year-old niece is just doing sprints around the house right now. Laughing while she's doing it. It's hilarious. Guys, if you have any wind reports, go ahead and feel free to send them in. Yeah, here's the main frontal system. And here's a prefrontal squall line that I'm watching closely. See if it kicks up the winds at any of these airport stations ahead of it. Because if it does, then we'll have to alert the public on that. And let them know, hey, strong winds, some strong winds are coming ahead of time, folks. Still not seeing any indications of stronger winds here on the inland radar quite yet, but likely some to pop up here very shortly. Yeah, new updated satellite imagery. The back end of that front is moving towards Cape Flattery at this time. There's still no definitive wind shift along the coast quite yet, but clear as day up here. I swear these stations are just popping up one by one, but all of these are out of the northwest, so front has 100% passed these zones here. But this buoy's running about 45 minutes behind in observations right now. It's still playing catch up, almost an hour behind again. So we're going to have to wait for the Quilliu and La Push stations to update. Like there's even some squall segments embedded within the front, like horizontal squalls within the front. That's pretty cool. Ooh, Scott Sistek posted a new blog. And it's about the thunderstorm threat tomorrow and the winds tonight. Tell you what, while we're waiting for this front to come in, let's go read Scott's blog real quick. This is also cross-shared to the Washington Weather Chasers Facebook page as well. Sorry about that, guys. Inhaled when I was trying to exhale. Turbulent Tuesday, then comes potential storms. Well, at least the stormy weather Tuesday wasn't on a weekend. I'm going to guess that was a slight little typo. A potent storm has been buffeting western Washington with rain and blustery winds much of the day. Painfield and Everett has so far reached a peak gust of 47, with a gust of 69 listed in Freeland on Whidbey Island. Surprised he even mentioned that, since that's likely an outlier. Heads up that bursts of heavy rain is likely to sweep through the entire Puget Sound area Tuesday evening around sunset or a little after as the main frontal boundary moves through. So be ready for that if your commute is on the later side or just typically takes that long. Up in the mountains, snow levels are coming down well under past levels, and we are still expecting heavy snow overnight into much of Wednesday, tapering off late. And then the more interesting part, thunderstorms possible Wednesday. In true spring weather fashion, cool air coming in after Tuesday's storm will destabilize the atmosphere and bring potential for scattered thunderstorms on Wednesday. The overall chance is pretty low and storms would be isolated. That kind of contradicts the scattered, but with best chances along the coast and from about Seattle southward. Let's go South Sound. Any thunderstorms could bring brief periods of heavy rain and small hail along with lightning. Duh. As an added spring bonus could also come with sun breaks. Most of the day will be dry. Then it gets frosty. Dry out and clear up Wednesday evening, but with cool air in place, lows Thursday morning could get frosty in the city areas. Perhaps even freezing in the outlying areas south and east of Seattle. May repeat those frosty freezing temps Friday morning too, so those of you with sensitive plants and whatnot, keep that in mind. By the end of the week will be reasonably sunny before Mother Nature remembers most folks are off on Saturday and Sunday, and clouds return on Saturday, showers or light rain in time for Sunday. Long range forecasts indicate a return to drier weather Monday and Tuesday. Shower chance to look to resume around the middle to end of next week, where they belong. Yeah, here's the severe weather outlook showing a non-severe thunderstorm risk in effect for about half of western Washington, not including the Cascades. So really anywhere along the coast and south of Snohomish County, west of the Cascade Crest, is expected to see an isolated thunderstorm chance tomorrow, or at least the best chances. I do feel like this should be expanded to include a good majority of western Washington, west of the Cascade Crest. These models are showing the potential for at least one thunderstorm to move into Everett tomorrow afternoon. At least that's what we've been tracking earlier. So I think they should hopefully expand this border a bit farther north and east, in my personal opinion. Yeah, if you guys want to read great blog updates, go see Scott Sistek, meteorologist, here on Facebook. Highly, highly recommend him. Still no wind shift yet along the coast, but it's coming soon. But the frontal boundary is about to cross over Quileute, and it's right on La Push. And then this squall here is becoming a bit more disorganized. It's a little harder to tell where it's at exactly. That's why we have velocity, though. We can assume that this little squall line is somewhere along this blue boundary right here. So you still can't quite see it here on the Camino Island radar yet, but it's on the way. Very shortly. Can't wait to see what that convergence zone does over Everett tonight, if it's as strong as the models show. If so, that would be a pretty robust area of convergence that could even yield some lightning risk for that area tonight. Pretty much same here, breezy, not raining though. Thank you, Kim, for the heads up. Yep, there's a front crossing onto the coast right now. So now that it's made landfall, now we just sit and wait until it treks inland to the Puget Sound and see if people hop on with those reports. So I should go post an update on this potentially. Okay, gonna go share an update on Facebook. Where and by what time to what time? A lot of specifics. I think I'll answer that here in a little bit. Pretty in-depth comment. I don't know if you guys heard that, but one of my dogs is going berserk outside for a second. Okay, let me make sure my Facebook update was posted. Which it was. It said the advisory has been extended till 8 p.m. tonight for Snohomish, Skagit, and Island counties, and 7 p.m. tonight for Grace Harbor County. Eventually, we'll see that wind shift at Quileute. It's on the way. The station updates usually every 5 minutes, so we should know pretty quickly once this happens. It is about 15 minutes behind, though. But it should start to catch up here pretty quick. Go check power outages for PSC. Not too much going on at the moment. Do have a pretty sizable power outage here near Silverdale right now. Silverdale. That is affecting 2,166 people, and it says the start time was 10:40. Maybe I just overlooked it earlier, but I don't remember seeing that in the last update. A couple outages on Whidbey, but the rest of them are singular outages for the most part. So, not too much going on right now around the area. But see, they are watching the forecast closely for strong winds this afternoon and evening. So they are completely aware of what's coming and are ready to respond at a moment's notice. Exactly what you want to see from your public utilities department. Ooh, that's loud. That's pretty crazy. That's Reed Timmer for you. Go refresh Facebook one more time. If we missed any comments, pretty much same here. Nope. All caught up on comments so far. So good. Front is crossing directly over Quileute, so we should have an update on that very shortly. Still watching some areas of heavier showers moving up towards Olympia right now, which could produce locally strong winds potentially. Not really picking them up on radar quite yet. We'd see them as brighter blue spots down here, but not really showing up quite yet. Wind's starting to pick up again here in North End, Tacoma. Buoy is still running a full hour behind. Disappointing. The push is over an hour behind, unfortunately. At least one of the stations in La Push is. Of course, we're watching Quileute Airport. You see when this switches from out of the southwest to out of the northwest, because then we know that the frontal boundary has passed over. Probably going to be a few more minutes before we find out. See what the 21Z RRFS models show. Yeah, still consistent with that convergence zone over Everett tonight at around 8 p.m. So like it's trying to pick up that squall as well. It's doing a pretty good job picking up that squall. Go see what it shows for wind. It big time uptrended with wind. See, from the 18Z to the 21Z, it stepped up the wind quite a bit on this model run. This is at 6 p.m. tonight. It is estimating anywhere in the red. Anywhere in the red really is 40 to 45 miles per hour and up. And it has Hoquiam getting up to about 49 miles per hour. 46 miles per hour by 5 p.m. and then 49 by 6. And then all the way down to 28 by 7. By the time 7 o'clock hits, when this front is about to move over, it has wind gusts in the 45 mile per hour range for Tacoma and the 40 mile per hour range for Seattle and Everett. It's still picking up these strong winds with these cells early tomorrow morning. Yeah, it has the storms firing up as soon as the sun starts to come up tomorrow morning. Go and look at cloud cover. And we're going to clear out behind the front, but then see if we can get enough daytime heating started ahead of these cells to really fire things off in the afternoon time. The more daytime heating of the ground we get, then the stronger our storms are going to be tomorrow, assuming they stay surface-based and not elevated. Yeah, look at that frontal boundary. It's nice squiggly directly over Astoria at 8 p.m. tonight. .23Z HER has just started rendering, just in time. Now let's go see 22Z HER, and it has 42 mile per hour gusts in Tacoma in the next hour. We'll see how well that verifies. Anytime now, we should have that wind shift along the coast. Yeah, the front's directly over La Push right now. Looks like the squall's about to move into Olympia. But the Camino Island radar still is not showing it very well at all. Yeah, the squall has become much more sloppy, so it's a little harder to see exactly where it's at. It looks like it's somewhere around here, based on what I'm seeing on the right. These small little breaks in the wind right here, that's likely where the wind shift is within the squall line. So it's right on the tippy toes of Olympia from the west. .23Z is in motion. So far, only one frame, so we'll have to wait for this to develop. And there's some wicked tornadoes going on in Iowa and Wisconsin. Okay, new HER model has close to 50 mile per hour gusts between Seattle and Everett by 6 p.m. As in the next hour. Okay, we have our wind shift starting here at Quileute. You guys can see it's a bit more out of the west-southwest now, so the wind shift is beginning. Front is crossing over Quileute at this time. And a lot of these stations should start to switch out of the northwest here very shortly as this front passes over. You can still kind of see that squall in here. It's hard to see on the reflectivity, but you can see it on the velocity scan. It's closing in on Olympia at this moment. Yeah, see, clear as day right now. Here's our main frontal boundary. A nice wind shift is seen on the right. You can see the reflectivity on the left. And really, really potent. This is going to take a couple more hours probably to make its way into the Puget Sound, but the wind gusts should start picking up here sharply anytime. A little bit calm outside in Tacoma right now, though. This kind of suddenly calmed down a bit. We'll just see how long that hangs on, because it's inevitably going to shift here very soon. Let's go check on wind gusts around the area. Current gust of 30 miles per hour out of the southwest at Tacoma. Now, apparently we're gusting to 50 on Camino. See, this number here is a bit more believable, 54. If that one's gusting to 50, then 54 is much more believable than 60 plus like it was showing earlier. That's most likely not what the wind gust is right there right now. Here in the wind advisory zone as well, we're gusting to 36 at Everett Payne Field and 44 at Oak Harbor, NAS, aka Naval Air Station, Whidbey Naval Air Station in Oak Harbor. See, Whidbey Island Naval Air Station, Alt Field. Gusting to 44 at the moment. There we go. Now I'm more towards the center of the screen. It doesn't look as ghetto. You see, it's a little bit hard to see, but most of the wind is coming out of the south or southwest right now throughout the Puget Sound. Or out of the southeast if you're over the water. All right, now we just keep an eye on wind gusts, see if anything crazy pops up as this front moves through. But it looks like the main event should be beginning shortly for us here in the Puget Sound area. All right, for anyone still tuning in, thank you guys for hanging in with me. It's a bit slow right now in the weather world around the Puget Sound, but it should start to kick up here in the next hour or so, I'd say. The front has made landfall and is pushing down towards La Push right now. Looks like the wind shift has occurred at Quileute. Last update was at 5:01. It says winds are out of the west-southwest. You see, it went from south-southwest to west-southwest. So, a little bit of a change, but we should expect this change over to full northwesterly here in the next couple of observations. We have another power outage that popped up here near Gorst along Old Clifton Road. This one is affecting 82 customers, occurred in the last 20 minutes, and is expected to be restored by 8 p.m. Other than that, not very much to report on power outage wise. Says this one's gusting to 64 again. I doubt it. We're starting to lose a little bit of daylight here. Just a little bit. Are you still tracking debris from that out-of-state tornado? Nope, that has dissipated a long time ago. It's only tracking debris for a few scans. Luckily, I think that tornado, I'm hoping it lifted before it hit a populated town. But that activity has moved well out of the warned area. You can go take a peek real quick. There's there's two observed tornado warnings right now. Both in Iowa. And the tornado warning right there as well. Radar indicated. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tornado warnings right now between Iowa, Illinois, and Wisconsin. Large supercell moving across Milwaukee right now. Another round of supercells approaching Milwaukee and Madison from the west. Broadcast media confirmed tornado at 6:59 p.m. Central Daylight Time, 10 minutes ago. Viewer report of a tornado near Andrew, which is right down here. Yeah, it looks like the tornado down there would be right around Springbrook. Right in here would be the tornado. No signs of a debris signature at the moment, so that's good. At least at one point, a tornado was observed. But yeah, other than those 2 observed tornado warnings down here, the rest of them are only radar indicated. So, good news for them. At least some good news. I don't think there's been a single tornado warning yet in this tornado watch down here in Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas. Ugh. I think we should have that full wind shift now at Quileute. It looks like we have the wind shift beginning here at La Push also. .454 out of the west-southwest. It was out of the south. You see it's shifted quite a bit. Almost 90 degrees. As of 4:42. So between 4:36 and 4:42, we had a wind shift at Quileute. Or at La Push. That was the frontal boundary moving through. We're still probably a couple hours out from the full impacts of this front coming through. Most likely. Because a lot of areas are only a strong breeze to blustery conditions at the moment. Wind was actually much stronger earlier before the front was even close to making landfall. I feel like the strongest winds are still a little ways out. For what it's worth, we are gusting to 73 miles per hour right now at White Pass and 80 miles per hour at Camp Muir on Mount Rainier. We're also gusting to 46 at the moment at Chinook Pass. Now, this station is still 45 minutes to an hour behind here at the buoy north of Cape Flattery, unfortunately. The current time is 5:15, and we haven't seen any significant wind gusts in the wind advisory areas yet. Of course, the 64, again, that does not count. That is a huge, huge outlier. So just forget you ever saw that huge number right there. You guys can see the back end of the front is approaching Cape Flattery pretty quickly. The leading edge of the front is somewhere right in here right now. So the westerly surge should be beginning pretty quick for Port Angeles and Squim, probably sometime in the next hour or so. And then this station should be switching to out of the northwest also, when it decides it wants to. Yeah, we're again just kind of playing a waiting game at the moment. The 23Z sticks with these heavy showers and possible thunderstorms coming down through the Strait of Juan de Fuca early tomorrow morning at around 4 a.m. or so. You see, it's consistently, all models are consistently showing the strong convergence zone over central Snohomish County later tonight, around 9 p.m. or so. And it gradually moves down towards even as far south as South King County after that big wind shift. So we'll be watching for the front to still come through anytime between 7 and 9 p.m. this afternoon and evening. That is the current expectation. Yeah, nothing else of significance at this time, but I do feel like we're still a little ways away from the beginning of that. So we'll just have to be patient for the time being. Hey, wind's picking up again here in Tacoma. Looks like the front is moving into Jefferson County at this time. Moving down towards Claylock at the moment. Then should be in Grace Harbor County in the next 30 minutes or so. North end of Grace Harbor County. So that means the westerly surge switch over somewhere around Clallam Bay at this time. So these buoys should switch out of the northwest here in the next couple of observations if they haven't already. So I think the tail end of that's showing up. Yeah, starting to show up here on the Camino Island radar. Right around there is our front, so it just passed over Forks. Outside of that wind advisory extension, there are no new products to discuss at the moment. No new alerts, advisories, watches, or warnings. It's just what we have going for us right now. Yeah, I'm overdue for a haircut. That's for sure. We're gusting to 38 at Everett Payne Field. Max gust on the day is still 47 for that area earlier. All right, there we go. The station just came back online, and yep, we're gusting out of the west. This is buoy 46087. Went down for over 2.5 hours, but it just came back online as a 450, and we're gusting out of the west now at 27 miles per hour. So the westerly surge has passed Nia Bay and is currently moving down the Strait of Juan de Fuca with that frontal boundary. Current location of the front is just east of Forks and Clallam Bay and moving to the east, slowly but surely. The winds should be picking up here pretty quick if they haven't started already, for most of western Washington. That's the 26 out of the south at Chehalis, 23 out of the southwest at Olympia, 21 out of the southwest at Shelton, 23 out of the southeast for some odd reason at the Gray Army Airfield. Yeah, we're now out of the due west at Quileute. So it's still coming, just taking its sweet time right now. But it is on the way. Power outages are going down, thankfully. Since the last update, we're under 1,000 customers without power right now on PSC. Let's see if windy is back up yet. Speaking of windy, pretty windy outside right now. Nope, still a data outage, unfortunately. Too bad. Let's stick with the College of DuPage satellite. Okay, back up to 500 X followers. Perfect. We're up to 507 at one point, and we came all the way down to 499. Even with consistent daily posting. Weird how that works. What's going on here on the 23Z? Going much heavier showers just off the coast of Washington. Yeah, see, here's the area of low pressure right there, and then the much stronger showers directly off the coast. This would be at 15Z, which is 8 a.m. tomorrow. And notice quite the uptrend between the 22Z and the 23Z. Look, you can still see the clear frontal boundary all the way to the end of this model run here, and still see it clear as day. That's incredible. All right, see a few more people hopping on here on YouTube. Hello, everyone. Anthony here, Puget Sound Stormwatch. Thank you guys for tuning in to today's live coverage of the cold front, a particularly strong and robust cold front that is expected to move inland later this afternoon and evening time. We have wind shifts along the coast, meaning that the front has passed there, currently just past Forks, and is moving down towards Port Angeles and areas of Grace Harbor County at the current moment. If you guys want to follow along on tracking this, feel free to hang around or just keep it on in the background to listen to any commentary. But yeah, the cold front position is currently right about here. That's your frontal boundary. And it's about halfway through the coast of Jefferson County right now and should be into Grace Harbor County in the next 10 to 15 minutes at the rate it's currently moving. Yeah, front's over Forks now, just east of Forks. So next in line for any big cities are Port Angeles and Ocean Shores. Go refresh Facebook real quick. Nothing new. All right, sweet. It's officially been 1 hour with no new comments on YouTube. Slow day today. Maybe I'll go live on TikTok here for a little bit and update them too. I've left them out since the earlier live stream that I had to end due to some technical difficulties in the background. All right, yeah, we're going to go live on TikTok here for a short bit as well. Good. Transferred everything over from my previous stream, so we are hunky-dory on that. Okay, wait for some viewers to hop on TikTok, and then we'll begin our commentary on there. wish I was able to stream on TikTok on the PC, but unfortunately it's one or the other. It's do Facebook and YouTube or TikTok. And a huge majority of my audience is on Facebook and YouTube, so that's going to be the primary streaming platform. But I'm just going to tune in on TikTok here for a short while and tell you guys what's going on around the area. The cold front in question is currently over central Jefferson County and Clallam counties and is moving towards the southeast. Let me go ahead and show you guys here on TikTok real quick. Hang tight. So this is the radar right now. There's your cold front. Nice sharp frontal boundary on the left. You can see the shift in winds here on the right. That's your cold front right there. Winds are out of the southwest ahead of it and out of the northwest behind it. See, we already have a wind shift here at the Quileute station. So out of the southwest ahead of it, out of the northwest behind it. We'll probably feel a sharp temperature change and a shift in wind direction. And the winds should kick up quite a bit here very shortly for us here in the Puget Sound area. Models are showing anywhere between 30 to 40 mile per hour gusts, with some showing as high as 45 mile per hour gusts at times. Yeah. Once again, that's about as clear of a cold front boundary as you can ever see here on radar on the left. And then the wind environment on the right shows it even more clear. Green is moving towards the radar site. Red is moving away from the radar site. So these winds here coming in out of the southwest, and these winds here coming in out of the northwest. So not too much to talk about in the Tacoma area right now. Let's go look at some... Okay, we have a couple new comments in here. Perfect. I'm reading Facebook and YouTube comments up on my TV screen up there. And I also have this screen showing any alerts from the National Weather Service. We got a lot going on here, folks. I mean a lot. Screen number 1 on the left. Screen number 2 in the middle. Screen number 3 on the right. We got lots of comments coming out on Facebook all of a sudden. What the heck? The spam bot on the stream apparently on Facebook. Yeah. Look at that. That's pretty crazy. All of a sudden, this spam bot's going ballistic on me on Facebook. Person with the inappropriate name, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. So here we're looking at wind direction, and we're out of the west on both of these buoys right now. So the wind shift has moved into Nia Bay. Speaking of Nia Bay, Fiona is asking about that area. Thank you for tuning in. So Nia Bay, the front has passed already, so winds should be coming out of the west or northwest. Is it blowing pretty good where you are right now? Starting to see the main station down here is the Quileute Airport Station, and this is blowing out of the west-northwest right now. So we have had that wind shift take full effect here at Quileute and La Push. See, this one's also blowing out of the west right there. Let's go look at current wind gusts at the moment. This one is probably wrong. That 54 was showing up to 69 earlier, most likely an outlier. Is there supposed to be a storm today in the area? My dad there, he said it was. I'm in Everett. Oh, okay. Yeah, Everett, your winds are coming soon. If they haven't started already, they should be coming very soon. Moderate winds in the face of Mount Rainier. Yeah. Mount Rainier, man, most recent wind gust is 90 miles per hour at Camp Muir. Look at that. That is ridiculous. And yeah, you guys may hear some background noise, so forgive me on that. So Wind advisory in effect for the coast of Grace Harbor County. This has been extended until 7 p.m. tonight, although we still haven't had a wind gust even close to wind advisory criteria yet. And then up here as well, when are peak winds expected? Someone commented on YouTube. Peak winds are expected really anytime between 7 and 9 p.m. tonight, area wide. I'm so happy Facebook auto hid these spam comments. That is a godsend. Ralph, thank you so much for the follow, kind sir. This wind advisory is in effect for Island County, Western Skagit, and Western Snohomish counties. And this is in effect until 8 p.m. tonight. Anywhere in the purple here, these are gale warnings in effect through tonight. So the central and eastern Strait of Juan de Fuca and the Salish Sea, as well as the Puget Sound, Hood Canal, and most of the coast in Washington and northern Oregon are under gale warnings right now. These are advisories for small craft. Hey there, Rudy Gobert. I recognize you from YouTube, I think. Welcome in. And if you want to see the full quality stream, head over to YouTube or Facebook. You guys can currently see the broadcasting format here on the screen on the left. Always use this for stream monitoring. Use this for the content you see on the stream. Now use this one to monitor analytics. And also pop up any sites on the side. Like if I need to pull up a Facebook post or a blog or something, I'll pull it up on this monitor. Also have the TV above reading YouTube, Facebook. So YouTube and Facebook comments and the bot for NWS Seattle in case any alerts come out. Is there anything coming to Minnesota? That's a great question. I know right now that area is not doing too hot with severe weather. You guys had some crazy tornadoes there yesterday in southern Minnesota. It will just take a quick little sidetrack on this. Hey Keith, welcome back. Look at that really long tornado warning across Iowa and Illinois right now. This includes Bellevue and Savannah, just south of Dubuque. But the southeasternmost county in Minnesota is under a tornado watch. Yeah, let me go check out the outlooks on the SPC for that. Because some of our area here in the Puget Sound area is also in the thunderstorm outlook, but not in the severe weather outlook. Emila, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate that. Yeah, let's go to forecasts. Let's keep it on national, and let's go to the SPC outlooks. So this is today, huge enhanced risk across the Great Lakes and Midwest. Crystal, thank you so much for the follow. And an enhanced risk across Oklahoma, Kansas, and Texas as well. Day 2, you see our area here is in the general thunderstorm outlook, non-severe. And then slight risks across Ohio, Pennsylvania, West Virginia, as well as the same areas impacted today. And day 3 shifts to only a marginal risk across much of the central Mississippi River Valley, the Ohio River Valley, parts of the Wabash River, all the way up into New York and parts of Vermont. So this shifts the severe threat away from Minnesota. Day 4, parts of Minnesota, including the Twin Cities, are in a slight risk. Once again, this is valid from let me try converting this over to Central Time real quick. You subtract 5 hours for Central. So this is 7 a.m. on the 17th, till 7 a.m. on the 18th. There's a slight risk of severe weather for parts of your area. Even a day 5 for the Great Lakes. And then predictability is currently too low for days 6 through 8. So just a heads up, it looks like in the day 4 outlook, this is, today's Tuesday, right? So this would be for Friday. So watch out if you're in this area, but otherwise, no severe weather expected for Minnesota. Yeah, our main focus for sure is going to be up here in Western Washington in the Puget Sound area, where we've been added into a general thunderstorm outlook for the Northwest Olympic Peninsula this afternoon and evening. Then tomorrow's risk includes the areas in green, most of the Olympic Peninsula, the coast, and much of southwestern Washington, all the way up to Snohomish County and Jefferson County. So, just a heads up, folks. Do have a pretty decent chance for some isolated thunderstorm activity tomorrow around the area. It says windy up here in Bellingham right now. You talked about it, it won't happen. Yep, sounds about right. Sounds just about right. All right, time to drink some water. Been talking for too long without drinking water. That's not good. Yeah, really messy beard. Don't know what's going on. Dumping rain in Olympia. Thanks for the heads up. Is that the wind or your monitor? Not too sure. I know it's not windy inside. I'm not running any fans, so may have just moved the phone too quick and it kind of whooshed through the microphone. Thunderstorms tomorrow or today. The best chance of thunderstorms will be tomorrow, starting as early as tomorrow morning for some of the areas and then spreading area wide tomorrow afternoon. The best chance again is going to be under the convergence zone, which should stick between the Central Sound and the South Sound. Probably going to start around the Central Sound, so Seattle, SeaTac area, and then slide south towards Tacoma and even area south of Tacoma by tomorrow afternoon. Okay, gotta go check radar. It's been a while since we checked radar. Yeah, front's beginning to move into Grays Harbor County right now. It's fine in Marysville. Awesome. Thank you for the heads up. What are the winds for my area? Talking about the forecast. Marysville, you are in the wind advisory until 8 p.m. this afternoon. Just a heads up. They're forecasting winds of 15 to 25 miles per hour with gusts 40 to 45 miles per hour. Starting out of the south, but then shifting to out of the west when the front comes in. Because your area is pretty much directly downstream of the strait. Bremerton, asking about Bremerton. Okay. So Bremerton is not in the wind advisory, but you could get wind gusts up to 40 miles per hour in the next couple of hours. But that's not wind advisory criteria. Now, again, the wind advisories are for Grays Harbor County, the coast, for Island County, Western Skagit, and Western Snohomish counties, including but not limited to Linwood, Everett, Marysville, Arlington, Mount Vernon, Alger, LaConner, and in Island County, Camano Island, Oak Harbor, Coopville, Freeland, Clinton. This is going to be fun, yeah. If the UW professor Cliff Mass is talking about it in his blog, that's how you know that it's going to be a pretty strong cold front coming through. May not even be strong wind-wise, but just the way it looks on radar and satellite is pretty cool. You don't see frontal cutoffs that sharp that often. All right, let's see here. I'm happy that spam bot on Facebook got automatically hidden. That's a good. Seymour, Wisconsin. Yeah, I don't really talk about the weather much out there, but just a heads up, today and tomorrow, you could have strong to severe thunderstorms out there again. And then another chance on Friday as well. There's a day 4 enhanced risk going up in the parts of Wisconsin. So just a heads up on that. But other than that, I don't do primary coverage outside of the Puget Sound area, usually. I typically stick to Western Washington, so. Yeah, I did cover someone's Minnesota request earlier, but can go again and look at this. Just what's going on. Seymour, Wisconsin. Remind me again, is that southern Wisconsin? If it's southern Wisconsin, you have another risk coming up tomorrow, a slight risk of severe weather. And then you get kind of a break on Thursday. Then another slight risk of severe weather for most of Wisconsin on Friday. Slight risk meaning a 15% chance of usually either damaging hail or damaging winds. You're still in that enhanced risk this afternoon, just a heads up. So do be mindful of that. ESC outages going down, thankfully. We don't have any huge outages at the moment, but we don't have much for huge wind either. Seems like the winds right now are a little bit behind what the forecasts are showing. We did just gust to 41 here in Ferndale, though. Keith, did you feel that? You're still watching? Hey, eBuzzDog, thank you for the follow. Thank you so much. Snowmelt PNW says, I like snow. You'll get snow if you're in the Olympics and the Cascades, but nowhere outside of that. Someone's asking for Orting. Yeah, Orting and Kent. Sort of the same deal for all of us. We're kind of just waiting on the winds to pick up because this front hasn't made it inland yet. Taking its sweet time, and it's slowly moving from northwest to southeast across the area. Oh, and the foothills. No, the foothills are probably going to be way too low in elevation to get any snow. It looks like a nice heavy rain shower entering Olympia at this moment. I think someone mentioned earlier it was downpouring in Olympia. Not sure who, but I think someone did say that there's a nice little prefrontal squall line moving into Olympia right now that's kind of bringing in some stronger low-level winds with it, as well as some heavy rain. Wind is blowing pretty good out here. Light pull swaying, says Keith out of Ferndale. Ferndale, Bellingham area. Thank you, Keith, for the heads up. And kind of start to see this squall moving up towards Tacoma now. So I'm going to keep my eyes out the window and see if the rain and wind really picks up. Then some really heavy rain up over southern Vancouver Island right now, being picked up on the inland radar. You see it here on the Aldergrove radar as well. What you notice here is this massive rain shadow taking over the Salish Sea, Island County, and parts of the North Sound. It's a huge rain shadow. Let me show you guys this on TikTok real fast. Look at that. A big hole. What elevation will get snow? It's looking like 1,500 feet and above. Yeah, the NWS is talking about snow levels around 1,500 feet. So if you're above that, then you'll have great chances for snow coming up tonight and tomorrow. Yeah, there's pretty much zero rain and really zero, like not quite zero, but really low cloud cover in this area. So I've heard. Now you can see it here on the satellite too. There's a clearing in the clouds directly over that area. But man, look at that satellite. See how crisp and clear that cold front cutoff is right there. Pretty incredible for Pacific Northwest standards. I'd say at least. It's my little 2-year-old niece. So he just recently gusted to 40 miles per hour again at Everett Payne Field. Looks like the winds are starting to pick up along the coastal zones right now. Going on now, just joining in. Hello, welcome. Again, this is Anthony with Puget Sound Stormwatch, currently live on Facebook and YouTube on the main screens and on TikTok on the phone. Because I'm not able to stream the TikTok live studio unless I end the stream on Facebook and YouTube. Seahawks join 49er Nation. Hey, to each their own. Oh, excuse me. Swear, every time I sit down and start talking, I just start belching. Yeah, let's check wind direction now. And oh yeah, the wind has shifted along the northern half of the coast. So probably going to get a westerly surge here real soon in Port Angeles and areas east. The wind's starting to pick up out of the south a bit over much of the interior Puget Sound area. But if you're north of Everett, you'll probably start to shift to out of the west after this front comes through, which will be around anywhere between 7 and 9 p.m. tonight. Otherwise, not too much more than a strong breeze as of now. That, if you guys know that dinging in the background, that is my TikTok follower counter. It also counts Facebook, X, Instagram, and YouTube subscribers also. A really, really valuable tool. So every time you hear that ding, 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 ding sound in the back, that's a TikTok follower. So thank you guys for the follows. Don't melt P&W. Have a great night, sir. ETA, go Hawks. Yep. What to expect for Monroe? Rain, snow, Gen 89. Thank you for the follow. Let me make sure I'm not missing out on any comments on Facebook and YouTube either. Hey, Willow, welcome in. Kim says, I haven't noticed any background noise. Yeah, I'm just talking about TikTok when I say that. You guys can't hear much of the background noise on Facebook and YouTube because I use attenuation on my mic. So I use a noise gate, which opens and closes at a certain threshold. So you guys can't hear very much background noise. But TikTok on the phone can hear pretty much everything. So I'm just letting them know if they hear any background noise, that's what it is. And Just Finesse 808, another regular, is tuning in. Looks like this is the right time to be streaming. Yeah, welcome in. I see a lot of familiar faces popping up on YouTube. So Monroe area, yeah, let's go check up on Monroe real quick. There's a chance that the convergence zone will likely form tonight for your area. And that is going to be around 8 o'clock p.m. this afternoon. Could be a pretty strong convergence zone too. There's a small chance of lightning for that area. And after it moves off to the mountains, it will likely yield heavy snow for Snoqualmie Pass and surrounding areas. Actually, our new 0Z models should start rendering soon, but I can at least show you guys the 23Z. Let me zoom into the state level, and then TikTok I'm going to show you guys here real quick. Yeah, hang tight, folks. I'm going to transfer you over real fast. So here's simulated radar imagery at 9 p.m. tonight. The crystal clear cold front signature right there. And then you have this convergence zone pretty much directly over Monroe. This, again, could yield heavy rain, gusty winds, and possible lightning. But lightning chances tonight are pretty low. We haven't had, as far as I can see, any lightning so far west of the Cascades, even over the water. That's a pretty strong convergence zone signal right there. Let's see, this is the front at around 7 p.m. in an hour, 8 p.m., 9 p.m., 10, 11, and 12. And then it starts to sink down towards South King County. And then, after that, tomorrow's thunderstorm chance fires up. And I think the HRRR is probably overdoing this convection. But I guess we'll see. It'll be an early morning start tomorrow. Thank you for the follow, mushroom emoji. Thank you for the share also. Appreciate that. Yeah, this is the HRRR high-res rapid refresh model. Thank you, Dirt Rider 1970, for your follow as well. Let's see, how many of us do we have present right now? We have only 2 on Facebook. We have 11 on YouTube, and we have 13 here on TikTok. Coralyn 71, thank you for the follow. When is it expected? Anytime in the next 3 hours or so. Expecting the front to move through sometime between 7 and 9 p.m. this afternoon. But depending on your model of choice, it looks slightly different. Keith says, winds are blowing from the south up here. Yeah, so we haven't had that shift over the westerlies yet. Let me show you wind gusts tonight too on this model as well. I think this might be overdoing it a bit, but it does show some areas gusting upwards towards 50 miles per hour for Edmonds, Mukilteo, south of Everett, and north of Seattle over the Puget Sound. Yeah, let's not comment that, please. Thank you. Sorry, let's keep it on track and about the weather, please. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you, period, for the follow. The wind is expected really, again, anytime between 7 and 9 p.m. tonight. Art of Color says, tree almost fell into my house already. And the main event likely hasn't even started yet. Getting it removed. Yeah, you can see the frontal boundary clear as day right here. And these winds coming out of the strait behind it are out of the west. How does Port Angeles look? It should get pretty... Yeah, sure thing. I'll bring the radar back real quick. So the front has entered the north end of Grays Harbor County. See, this is what it looks like right now. These squiggly lines on the left. Nini, thank you for the follow. We got a storm coming. Yeah. We got the front tonight, which will bring wind to the area. And then we have a thunderstorm threat tomorrow. And Lily from Milton, my old town, saying, how will Milton be? Probably a bit blustery and rainy when this front comes over. Not expecting super strong winds, but enough to be noticeably felt around the area. Just like, oh, hey, it's super windy. And hey, it's super rainy. I'm not seeing any indications right now that wind gusts will be destructive or really damaging to any extent. But we do have areas where the trees are starting to fill in with new foliage, and that could enhance power outages, especially where roots are weakened. Cortland, thank you so much for the gift. A family in Port Angeles and Forks, born and raised there. And thank you as well for the heart me. Not showing up. Okay, there we go. Dirt Rider, thank you so much for the gift, kind sir. How will Sumner Bonnie Lake be? And let me make sure I'm not just focusing on TikTok and focusing on Facebook and YouTube. Kim says, can't hear your niece either. Okay, good. You guys probably heard the dishes in the back while I was talking, but thank you, Kim, for the feedback. And Willow is asking, any possibility of weather radio alerts? I don't think so. I doubt it. So yeah, here's the front on the velocity. You can see it has already passed into Grays Harbor County and is moving towards Taholah right now. Thank you, Reen, for your gift as well. Appreciate that. Yeah, gusting out of the southwest right now here at Hoquiam, but that'll likely shift to northwest once the front moves over. By that time, the convergence zone should start firing up here in the North Sound around the Everett area. So we could get some locally heavy rain and stronger winds over Everett by around 8 p.m. or so tonight, once that area of convergence fires up. Looks like the radar is picking up some stronger winds over the Olympics, unless this is some sort of anomaly here on the radar. Melinda, thank you for the follow. Yeah, not too gusty around much of the sound right now. Most of it's staying off the coast. So yeah, frontal boundary is moving straight into Taholah right now. Coast of Grays Harbor County right there. So this will move into the area in the next couple of hours and should be over Seattle and Tacoma in about 2 hours' time. It's moving slowly but surely, but the front's maintaining its strength as it moves in. And then after that, behind it, we'll be tracking thunderstorm potential as soon as sunrise tomorrow morning. Best chance of thunderstorms to start out will be up north, particularly downstream of the Strait of Juan de Fuca, including Island County, Snohomish County, and Skagit County. And then the threat should spread farther south to much of western Washington by the time we get to about the noon hour. Corlin, thank you for the share. Appreciate that. Where are we looking at? A bunch of heavy rain, sleet, hail. Small hail and heavy rain at the very least, and some gusty winds. Gusts are increasing in Skagit. Thank you, Biff Stewford, for your report. Appreciate that. Didn't know we were on a storm watch. Was wondering why it's so cold. Yeah, so we're watching this very strong cold front move through right now. And then the threat of thunderstorms tomorrow area wide. Again, the wind gust forecast for tonight, depending on your model of choice, kind of varies. Big gust in Stanwood. Thank you, Libra Mindy, for the heads up. And the 0Z HER is beginning to render. 0Z. And the 0Z hits us with the 44 mile per hour gust in the next hour. I don't know if that's going to verify. I think this is overdoing it a little bit. Let me see what the 18Z Euro shows for our area. This is usually pretty good with wind gusts. 18Z Euro actually dropped off quite a bit from the last run. Well, the last couple of runs, at least. It decreased quite a bit for the Everett area. Libra Mindy, thank you for the follow. So this is showing anywhere between 30 to 35, maybe some 40 mile per hour gusts here and there between 11 a.m. and 5 p.m. So this already passed, actually. We're looking at this window now. This is 5 p.m. to 11 p.m. tonight. Shows approximately 32 mile per hour gusts for Tacoma, 35 for Seattle, and 36 for Everett, as well as 38 for Mount Vernon. Hopefully no falling branches in South Puget Sound. Yeah, hopefully not. We're not seeing much in terms of power outages at the moment. Let me reload the PSC map. We're all the way down to 227. We were up over 2,000 earlier. Today, yeah, that's the wind forecast for today, for tonight in particular. Let's go check on some wind gusts around the area. Ignore this 60. That's an outlier. Right now, we're gusting to 31 at Shelton Sanderson Field. Gusting to 39 here at Everett Payne Field. Gusting to 40 here at Naval Air Station Whidbey. And only gusting to 32 at the moment within this wind advisory zone. But so far, this wind advisory here is kind of a bust because this expires in less than an hour. I don't think we've had a single gust over like 35. Okay, 39 is the max. That's still 6 miles per hour short of wind advisory criteria. So unless they extend this again, it looks like this advisory here is kind of a bust. Because this is in effect until 7 p.m. tonight, and then this advisory here is in effect till 8 p.m. tonight. This is from shoreline to areas north into Alger and west into Island County. Wind advisory for southerly wind gusts up to 40 to 45 miles per hour at most. And once again, ignore that wind right there. That is false. You figure out your computer earlier. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened. I reset everything and the graphics card has not decided let's see. What I'm trying to say is I was having issues with the graphics card earlier. That's why I ended all the streams. Had to restart my computer, install a few more drivers and updates. Haven't had an issue since, but just in case, I actually added in this little spacer between the graphics card and the fan on the bottom. Because the fan on the graphics card was rubbing on the fan below it. So I tested it with the fans fully throttled up and I didn't hear a thing. So either way, I'm not sure what was going on with the graphics card throttling the fans up and down so much earlier. That was a bit weird. Hasn't happened before. But all of the issues are fixed as of right now and there are no concerns. How come I never heard of this till I've seen your live? Well, lots of sources you can check into for weather information. Lacey, thank you for the follow. Of course, you can find my page, Puget Sound Stormwatch, on Facebook if you have Facebook, or Patreon if you don't have Facebook, because I cross-post all my blog posts over there. This is where to find me, right here. Post all of my blog updates to this page, including the extension of the wind advisory tonight. Hey, look, there's me right now. Only one person viewing. That's kind of sad. It was the stream from earlier before I had to take things down. And the original wind advisory text issued today, including my weather update for today. Bye, Cincinnati. We're going to be good, right? Normally I don't cover that area, but since you asked nicely, we can go and look at it real quick. See if I can do this without radar scope crashing. I don't think there's any severe watches for you. There's not, but they did just issue a tornado watch for Michigan and northern Indiana, too. I was not expecting that. Severe thunderstorm watch over areas like Dayton and Columbus, or at least near them. It does not include Dayton or Columbus. Wow, I really butchered that, didn't I? It's between Dayton and Columbus, but they're canceling the severe thunderstorm watch here very soon. But Cincinnati should be okay for at least tonight. So we got tornado watches and severe thunderstorm watches all across the Midwest and the South right now, but not for that general area. Scam numbers calling and not answering that. Yeah, look at that front. Nice little squally looking front right there. Now moving into Tuchola towards Seabrook, Copolis Beach, Pacific Beach, Mo Clips, and surrounding cities. It should be in Ocean Shores sometime in the next 30 minutes to 45 minutes. Should start to feel the wind gusts pick up here pretty sharply as this cold front approaches. But so far, not seeing too much in terms of wind around the area, other than some isolated areas near the water. And this really depends on exactly where you're at, because some areas are windier than others. North Seattle near Northgate, you are just south of the wind advisory zone. Whoops, zoomed in too far. Yeah, the wind advisory zone starts in shoreline and includes areas northward. You may be close enough to feel some of these gusts up to 40 miles per hour here in the next couple of hours. That's way too far. Zoomed out. Chat, what's happening? Yeah, we're just talking about Western Washington weather at the moment. Talking about the incoming cold front and then the thunderstorm chance tomorrow. Someone says pouring in Bremerton. Yep, that verifies. Bremerton is right here. Just constant steady rain across much of the Puget Sound area right now. R. Simmons checking in from Mount Vernon. Yeah, Mount Vernon area is in a wind advisory till 8 p.m. tonight. Fording is rainy as well. That it is, but not as heavy as areas to the north and west of it. Raining all day in Olympia. Oh, yeah. It's been raining most of the day here in Tacoma as well. We really haven't had a break. But the heaviest of rain is going to be within this frontal boundary when it moves into the area. Doing daily weather headlines every day on my Facebook page, says Keith Capolero. Surprised it didn't extend the wind advisory for Whatcom and San Juan counties. Yeah. I'm surprised they didn't expand the wind advisory to the north coast, because they normally do the north and central coast in combination with each other, but they only did the central coast, Grays Harbor County. No wind advisory, surprisingly, for Jefferson or Clallam counties. Heard there were tornadoes in the Midwest. That is true, including a very damaging tornado with a 2-mile wide debris ball earlier in Wisconsin. The storm coming to Seattle. Well, we're tracking this frontal system coming in, bringing wind and heavy rain, and then a thunderstorm chance tomorrow. Some sources say scattered, some say more isolated. It looks like it's going to be a scattered chance of thunderstorms. Watch a tornadic storm north of me. Oh, tuning in from Illinois. Where was I? Okay. So this is what it shows for wind gusts tonight here on the European model. This is usually the more accurate one. And it shows a much more tame solution than what the high-res short-range models are showing. It shows really anywhere between 30 to 40 miles per hour for much of the Puget Sound, but stronger over the North Puget Sound over Island County. This would be areas like Freeland and Clinton, for example. Sounds like my stepsister might be here to pick up her daughter. Just came in. There's a wind advisory for Des Moines. No. No wind advisory for Des Moines at the moment. Des Moines. Keep confusing it with Des Moines, Iowa for some reason. But no, Des Moines is not in any wind advisory. Anywhere that's not in the brown is not in the wind advisory. So Seattle, Tacoma, Olympia, you guys are not in wind advisories. Tri-Cities, nope. No advisories at the moment for the Tri-Cities. These are freeze watches, though. So freezing temperatures possible over much of the Columbia River Plateau and Basin. Overnight tonight. Ooh, cursor's being a bit finicky here. Bear with me, folks. What about Olympia for anything? Yeah, that frontal boundary is going to be moving through really anytime between 7 and 8 p.m. tonight. There's a lot going on outside right now in the living room. Charlie Girl 808, thank you for the follow. The front is directly over Taholah right now and is moving into Port Angeles. Should be able to see it on the Camino Island radar now. It's a little bit difficult and obscure due to the mountains, but it looks like the front's right about there. So the westerly surge is coming for Port Angeles here very shortly. Everett is in the wind advisory right now, yes. Ooh, there's the wind. Let me show you guys this real quick. Behind my window right now, looking south. Nice gust of wind there. Just probably gonna go say bye to my niece here for a brief moment. So TikTok, I'm probably going to end the live, and I'm probably going to take an intermission here on Facebook and YouTube. Just thought I would come on here for a little bit just to talk to you guys about the weather. Sorry I have to leave all 25 of you guys hanging, but got to go take care of some important matters real fast. So I'm going to go out there real quick. So see you guys here in a moment, Facebook and YouTube. Taking an intermission. And yeah, TikTok, see you guys in a little bit. May go live again if things really pick up. So just be on standby. Have a great day, everyone. Take care. Okay. All right, folks, thank you so much for the patience. We are back in action. I was spending some time with my niece out there before she had to leave. Let's go refresh some comments real quick, see if anything's coming in on Facebook. Nope, nothing new as of right now, but we are back in action for the time being, at least unless anything comes up. You guys can see the front is now approaching Seabrook at this time. It is between Tahola and Seabrook, coming down towards Mo Clips. I believe Pacific Beach is up here as well, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, the winds have really picked up as of the last like 10 or 15 minutes or so. It's now howling out here in North End Tacoma. Yeah, I wish I was exaggerating that, but no, it is really flaring up out here in Tacoma, for sure. Just checking some more winds as of recent, gusting up to 30 right now here in Tacoma, 37 in Hoquiam, gusting to 51 out here at Cape Disappointment. Interestingly enough, they don't have any wind products right now for any of the NWS Portland forecast zones, including Pacific County. Not a single wind product in effect except for gale warnings for the waters. But we still haven't seen really any big winds up towards wind advisory criteria except for at Everett. You know, this one, of course, is just wonky. It's acting up, doing whatever it wants, but in terms of like big wind to verify these advisories, pretty far and few right now. Let's see if there's any new power outages here since I last updated. Nope. So far, so good on that. The sun begins to set on the day. You can see the back end of the front is now past Cape Flattery with only intermittent clouds at times behind it. Go ahead and update the layer real fast. All right, going to keep our eyes on the screen. Front's beginning to pick up some momentum and it should be crossing over Port Angeles here shortly if it hasn't already. Looking like based off reflectivity, the front's right around there. I think we're going to have to switch over the westerly winds here in Port Angeles here very shortly, as all the other stations here have shifted to westerly or northwesterly. So it looks like the tail end of the squall's about to smack me here in Tacoma. This is just one of those prefrontal squalls we were tracking as it came in off the coast, and see it right there. My area is right in here, so yeah, probably why the wind's picking up so much. I haven't seen the rain pick up quite yet, but it's going outside for sure. It is whipping pretty good. Any of you guys are watching right now on YouTube or Facebook, go ahead and let me know if your wind has really picked up since the last update. It's certainly picked up here in Tacoma, 100%. check my messages. Nothing super important. Okay, good. So I think we're probably feeling the wind pick up ahead of this little squall, but that's not the main front coming through. But I think this is what's causing the winds to pick up a bit across much of the Puget Sound area. Models did a pretty good job showing the squall ahead of the actual front. We're going to fire up the TikTok stream again, just for the heck of it. Last TikTok stream did pretty darn good, not gonna lie. Jeez, my hair, my beard are a mess today. Jeez. Glad you guys can't see it very well on the YouTube and Facebook end, but man, the TikTok end is just glaring with that. But first, I need to drink some water. That's what I need to do. All right, let's see here. No new comments, Facebook or YouTube? Bet. Yeah, man, my beard looks horrible on TikTok, but it is what it is. I gotta plug in my power bank too. All right, yep, gonna plug in the power bank. Starting to run low here on the streaming phone. That should help things out a bit. Gonna let it sit for a moment, so I won't be able to really. For some reason, my echo that I called it. So that's what the sound in the background is going right now. Ooh, there's a nice big gust of wind. All right, wait for some people to come on the TikTok and then we'll begin that discussion. But we'll continue on Facebook and YouTube for the time being. Likely until the point the front passes. But winds are really beginning to pick up around much of the area at this time. Especially here in Tacoma. And it's whipping good. It's whistling through the seals in the windows. It literally sounds like the Wild West out there right now. Hello, everyone on TikTok. Welcome in. We're back. I had to take care of some outside errands real quick, so should be back in action. My phone battery is running a little bit low, so I do have the power bank hooked up right now, so I'll have to keep it in the fixed position, at least for the moment. Yeah, if you guys want to see the full stream again, that is where to find it. right up here, Facebook and YouTube. Puget Sound Storm Watch. He goes, hello. Welcome in. Just talking all things frontal systems and thunderstorms. Won't have thunderstorms tonight. The best chance would be up in Everett along the Convergence zone, but the better chance is going to be tomorrow. Tomorrow, area-wide, we could have scattered thunderstorms. Really, if we can get enough sunlight underneath the cloud cover, then we'll have a much better chance of getting thunderstorms. The best chance overall is going to be in the Convergence zone, which is going to start up towards Seattle, work its way south towards Tacoma as the day and night progresses. You're in Tequila, yeah, so your winds are probably going pretty good right now, aren't they? You look outside, are the trees blowing around? Answer to that is most likely yes. Surprise, the wind advisory is about to expire for the coast in 18 minutes, and we have not had a significant gust yet. Yes, they are. Okay, good. Good to see I'm not going insane. I'm just letting my phone charge up for a little bit, so I won't really be able to move the camera around much, just as a heads up, you guys. Please bear with me. I do have the full streaming set up with all of my monitors and everything on Facebook and YouTube at Puget Sound Stormwatch. If you guys want to find me there, that is where you can find the best live stream quality. You know, this TikTok's only on a phone, and I could TikTok live this on the PC, but I'd have to do either that or Facebook and YouTube, but not both at the same time. I can't use my camera on two different programs, unfortunately. Found that out the hard way, and I have to do, I believe, 3 streams to be able to allow my OBS input to go into TikTok Live, which would make things so much easier in the future, because then I wouldn't have to figure out how to stream from 2 different softwares simultaneously. B. Olson, thank you for the follow, kind sir. Still showing 55-mile-per-hour gusts in Freeland on Whidbey Island, but I don't believe that's correct right now. But let's go back to the radar here real quick. Yeah, the front is just passing through Seabrook right now. So, looks like Amanda Park, Quinault, Neilton, Seabrook, and Moclips are directly underneath this frontal system right now. So I'd imagine it's probably really windy and rainy out on the Grace Harbor coast right now. Why is it so windy in Bozeman? Well, wind is because of a pressure difference over a given area. So most likely you have higher pressure. I'm going to say higher pressure to your east and lower pressure to your west. But let me go check surface observations over there. Let's see, Bozeman's gusting to 24 out of the southwest right now. So not super strong, but noticeably breezy and windy. My 2-year-old niece is having a grand time out there. Can we expect winds in South Snohomish County? Well, winds are firing up across much of the area right now, but it's probably not too windy there at the moment. Recently at the Payne Field near Everett, it's gusting to 39 out of the south. That's pretty good. But not a lot of widespread wind reports at the moment, but that is likely to change here over the next hour or so, because the frontal system is quickly making its way east now. It started to slow down, but it looks like it's starting to pick up speed again, and it's traversing, I guess would be the right word, across western Washington right now. And it looks to me like the front is just about to pass or has already passed Port Angeles. So we're likely to expect that westerly surge to begin downstream of the strait very shortly, by around 7 o'clock or so. Not at all here near county line. Yeah, you might be in one of those weird microclimates too, where you don't get the wind up until the very last minute. Because that has happened previously. And it looks like the remnants of those squalls we were tracking ahead of the cold front are moving through the Puget Sound right now. And I suspect that's what helped kick up the wind so much there a moment ago. How much longer will we have rain? Steady rain is going to continue through about 9 p.m. tonight after the front moves. And after that, we'll have scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms tomorrow. So the rain really doesn't start to pitter-patter out until Thursday, actually. But in terms of steady rain, that will come to an end tonight. Steady rain ends tonight, and then it becomes isolated hit-or-miss style showers throughout the day tomorrow, with chances of thunderstorm. Families outside going through the rain and wind right now, and they're not having a great time. Understand. Pretty heavy rain showing up here on radar between Port Angeles and Squim. Sorry, guys, you're going to have to deal with the dogs for a few minutes. Till they're gone. What happens when you have three German Shepherds here at the house? But I'm no stranger to dogs because I have 3 Huskies over at my mom's too. Okay, so they expired the wind advisory for Grace Harbor County. So that was a bust. Grace Harbor County goes in the bust category. Don't worry, the dog barking should end very soon. Yep, my niece and stepsister left. Gotta love those German Shepherds. If you know what I'm saying. It's a really cool looking front directly over Seabrook right now. Seattle lucky they didn't face KC last season. They owned the Hawks 100. That's all right. Your opinion is respected. Not going to say I agree with it, but I respect it. But don't worry, this is a weather live stream, so I'm not going to get too much into football. Please help a minute tornado watch. Just pay attention to your forecasts and take action in case warnings are issued. But for now, it's just a watch. Watch is much different than a warning. If a tornado warning is issued, then get the shelter immediately. But for right now, if you're in a watch and there's no warnings, you're perfectly okay. For the time being. It's time to post an update. Ooh, there's a tornado warning for Racine County in Wisconsin. Time to post a radar update to Facebook and Patreon. So hang tight, folks. I got to post an update to my pages. Okay, let me focus on this real quick. So hang on tight, guys. I'll be right back. I just got to post an update to Facebook and Patreon real quick about the front. Looks like Jonathan with Whidbey Island weather is already on it. Wouldn't be surprised if they actually prematurely canceled that wind advisory for in the interior areas. Because it expires at 8 o'clock anyways, and we haven't had any notable big gusts up there really in... Okay, T-Dog, please don't do that on the stream. It's a good way to get yourself blocked, which you did. So, goodbye. Nice knowing you. Yeah, keep that garbage out of my live stream, please. The audacity of TikTok, you know? But I assume the risk. Let me go ahead and make this post, though, before I get too distracted. I have a flood watch on Thursday because it's going to rain all day. Surprised how far the stream's getting out across the country. Let's see, the day is April 14th, 2026. I'm going to say, there's our front. It is currently tracking inland across central Grays Harbor and Clallam County. Westerly winds should begin to flare up in its wake. Across the Strait of One de Fuca. Give me that storm. By the way, I'm in Michigan. Oh, okay, yeah. You were just put in the tornado watch not long ago. Yeah, those storms over in Wisconsin and Illinois are crossing Lake Michigan right now, and the low-level jet should begin to pick up. That's just a level of strong winds coming out of the south from the surface level up to 5,000 feet, and that really amplifies the tornado threat. It brings in warm, moist air from the south and creates additional wind shear. So that will actually increase the tornado threat through tonight until all of that warm and moist air begins to run out. Then your tornado threat should gradually begin to decline over there in Michigan. Okay, westerly winds should begin to flare up in its wake across. Let me check on Facebook again, make sure there's no new comments. Okay, there we go. 6 minutes ago, Lindsay Lister says, winds are really picking up in Abbotsford, Canada, rumbling our house. Sorry I missed your comment. For some reason, Facebook has not been updating comments automatically today. So I've had to go through and manually refresh my comments every couple of minutes. Either in the savannah near me or a lot further away. Tonight. Ryan Reed, hello there. Trying to write a post on Facebook right now on my phone, so that's what I'm doing. It's a freaking night tornado too. Yeah, you gotta love those. Not. Some of the deadliest tornadoes happen at night. Yeah, I'm making a Facebook and Patreon post, and probably gonna post it to X and Blue Sky too. Winds should hit their peak over the next 1 to 2 hours, then gradually subside, if all goes as forecast. Is it windy where you are right now? The post I'm making on Facebook. It's much easier to do this on the PC, but in the middle of a stream, it's just inconvenient. You gotta add a buttload of hashtags as well. I've only experienced night tornadoes. That's not good luck to have. April, spring, wind, storm. Right, and we're going to post that to Facebook. And if you guys on TikTok want to go find me over on Facebook, it's at Puget Sound Stormwatch. If you don't have Facebook, Patreon is the next best way to find my blogs. Just search Puget Sound Stormwatch on Patreon, and it should be the first result that pops up. Full streams up there at Facebook and YouTube. Currently on both platforms at this moment. Okay, let me make sure to post it over the Facebook real fast. Which it did. I'm going to change that to followers only comments and then go and cross post over on Patreon real fast. Ryan Reed with the Heart Me again. Welcome back to the crew. Let me make sure this is not paid. This is free access and include a photo. Then the post is about to go live on Patreon as well. Gonna call it a picture perfect cold front tonight. Exclamation point. Wind is gonna spike up to 20 miles per hour at 2 a.m. That doesn't sound terrible. Front's moving over Neilton and Quinault, and it's about to get shredded by the Olympics. But right after it passes the Olympics, it's going to immediately form the convergence zone over the North Sound. We could see some areas of heavy rain, possible thunder tonight too. I'm not going to count out the chance of thunder. But that is mainly, again, areas Everett northeastward into the foothills. So the convergence zone will begin to sag south towards I-90 tonight, but it should be a shell of itself. And then right after that, the thunderstorm threat fires up tomorrow morning, primarily north of Everett. So we got a lot on the plate for the next 36 hours or so. Winds had calmed down, so that must have been the prefrontal squall line that came through that kicked up the winds, because it's definitely calmed down pretty quickly after that. And then, yeah, gonna post on X and Blue Sky while I'm at it. We gotta make sure I post more often to those areas. Look at that cold front. Hashtag WAWX. All right. Most of you guys have left TikTok. Sorry, I know I'm boring. Not much to talk about other than this frontal system coming through. Switch radars again to the coastal radar, because that's where all the eye candy is right now. The front's actually about to cross over the radar site. The Langley Hill radar site, just east of Copolis Beach. So expect that big wind shift to occur over ocean shores and surrounding areas here in the next 15 to 30 minutes. Literally just heard a big gust Puyallup, someone said on Facebook. All right, posted to X and Blue Sky as well. So we are now. Guess I should post it to Instagram as well. I'm gonna post on my Instagram story as a matter of fact. Crazy cold front coming ashore. Okay, posting it to my story. I think that takes care of all of that business. All right. Let's go back to the primary stream here. We have only 1 on TikTok right now, 4 on Facebook, and 12 on YouTube. All right, Sherry is back. Sherry says, joining back for an update. Thanks for all the info today. Sure thing. Welcome back. Let's go refresh Facebook, making sure I'm not missing any new comments. Which, so far, so good. The last update has us gusting to 36 at Hoquiam right now. And that advisory has been allowed to expire for the Grace Harbor County coast. And that was a bust. That was a bust because I think the greatest wind gust over there today was within that zone. Probably 34 miles per hour at Westport. That was it. That is a bust for Grace Harbor County. YouTube views in the lead. Yes. YouTube has taken its rightful claim for the throne. For a while, TikTok was doing pretty good there. I had several dozen viewers, but man, it fell off a cliff since then. We'll see if people tune in. I think once I'm finally able to hopefully stream on TikTok from the desktop, if that's ever able to happen, then we can really, really build up our TikTok audience as well. But we're up over 1,700 followers on TikTok. That's a huge advantage. We're getting close to 2,000 followers here pretty quick. We're now gusting up to 37 in Port Townsend, so the westerly surge should begin firing up here very shortly. Let's go check power outages again one more time. Power outages are up to 316, but it's mostly isolated individual outages. Looks like we have a new outage, a couple new outages here on Whidbey Island, though. Yeah, a couple new Whidbey Island power outages. Other than that, really just very isolated outages. Ooh, man, Facebook comments are blowing up all of a sudden. 0 here in Covington, absolutely still. Wind has been howling in the Skagit Valley the last several hours. You think it will get windy in Port Orchard. Currently getting on a plane headed for SeaTac from Boise. I think it is going to be a bumpy ride. Barely blowing in Bonnie Lake. Quite contrast in answers there. But not surprising, because again, microclimates always rule. You know, microclimates win every single time. You can never predict an exact microclimate. Trust me, it's next to impossible. Ryan Reed says, no wind in Covington. And one of my regular viewers is also in Covington, and they too reported no wind. So good to see that that's verifying. Pretty windy in the Linwood area most of the day while I was there. Definitely had a donut effect with rain. The donut effect. By that, he just means a very large rain shadow directly over the Sailor Sea area. Am I in the Puget Sound? Yep, I'm in the South Sound. I'm in North End, Tacoma. It's gusting pretty good here right now. Just intermittent lulls in the wind, and then big surge, and then a lull, and then a surge. It's been pretty much like that for the last few hours, with some bigger gusts here and there. Still looking like the strongest gusts are about an hour away for most of us, though. So we're in... Ooh, speaking of that, big gust outside right now. Yeah, pretty big gusts there. I think we have enough charge to where I can kind of take this off the tripod now. Not just take it off the tripod, but float around with the tripod so I can show you guys the screens as well as outside here on TikTok. Let's switch this around real fast. Look at that. That's a crazy, wicked looking front. Looks even crazier here on velocity. You see the area of stronger winds ahead of the front and then the weaker winds behind it. But once this moves into the Puget Sound, this is probably where we'll get some of our strongest winds of the day. See, there's your frontal boundary. Moving across the Langley Hill coastal radar site right now, so about to impact the Hoquiam Airport as seen right there. Last update has southwest winds of, well, southwest wind gusts of 35 miles per hour. That's what the G35 means. It's got a new scan, and it's right on top of the radar site right now. Of course, the moment I put my camera towards the window, wind comes. Gotta love it, right? It never fails. Adam J on YouTube says 4,000 without power in Ocean Shores area. There we go. There's a semi-decent. I am Taya Lee. Thank you for the follow. Now at 1,746 TikTok followers. Only need 254 to get to 2,000. Yeah, let's go look at some wind gust reports real fast. So the advisory for the coast has been allowed to expire. Where in the Puget Sound are you? You're in Olympia. I'm in Tacoma, specifically North End Tacoma. I'm right around this area here. Just west of the UPS campus. The closest station, -1 follower on Facebook. Too bad. The closest station is the Tacoma Narrows Airport. We had the max of 49 miles per hour earlier. But I feel like that might have been sort of a glitch. because you can get the winds amplified through the narrow strait here, which can kind of skew your readings from nearby stations. Now, when you have a wind tunnel, your winds are going to be stronger around and through the tunnel than areas farther away from it. So it's possible that this station was reading a little bit high there earlier, but we haven't had a wind gust nearly up to that level in several hours. Let me go check Facebook comments again. Darn you, Facebook, for not auto-refreshing. At least they did a good job taking care of that spam bot earlier. They automatically hid all of their comments. It's a bit miffed that it started raining today after such beautiful weather last week. Well, welcome to Western Washington, my friend. Welcome. Hope you enjoy your stay. Someone said, pouring near Squim, but not windy at all. Just had a bit of heavy rain here in Friday Harbor. Port calm winds now. Actually, I don't even think they really needed this wind advisory here, but we'll see if I eat my words here in the next hour. Because on the model runs, the wind gusts have been downtrending with each individual update. And it looks like all the 0Z models have begun rendering. Born and raised, but I'm over it by April. Born and raised here as well. I'm only 26 though. Let's go see what the 0Z data shows for wind gusts. See, this is for 7 p.m. This would be right now, and I don't know about that one. 44 miles per hour seems to be overdoing it. Of course, I don't have any wind gauges outside to base it off of, but I'm just saying, based off what I'm seeing outside with the trees, I don't think we've gotten up to 44 miles per hour. So, yeah, quite a significant downtrend in data as of recent. See what the 1Z shows. 1Z shows 43 miles per hour at 7 p.m. And then you see it shows that westerly surge prior up behind the front. This is around 10 p.m. It has flow shifting to out of the northwest here in Everett and surrounding areas. And you see that kind of hangs on through the early morning hours tomorrow. Now let's see what it shows for thunderstorm activity tomorrow. Go to reflectivity and check out what it shows for T-storm. See, still picking up on that convergence zone from Everett northeastward. So that seems to be a lock. And then see, it's picking up this isolated storm activity as soon as 3 or 4 a.m. tomorrow. Then it becomes kind of a mess after that. Still showing a pretty good convergence zone moving down here into the South Sound tomorrow afternoon. This is around 6 p.m. And then even has the convergence zone flare up again now on this model run. Has it flare up directly over the King Pierce County line at 5 p.m. on Thursday. That would be pretty interesting, wouldn't it? We just had a convergence zone fire up directly over Tacoma Thursday afternoon out of thin air. See, the convergence zone starts to fire somewhere around Seattle, right around its normal spot, maybe a little bit south of there. You're going to get some storms, not a good couple of days for recreational rowboats. Yeah, this is true. Very much true. And you see that convergence gradually slide south, and it could even slide as far south as Olympia by 7 p.m. tomorrow. It even kind of shows it trying to hang on into Lewis County. I think it probably won't be as strong as it shows on the radar here. It'll probably just be a long area of heavier rain showers with some small hail mixed in. But certainly a chance to maybe have 1 or 2 lightning strikes west of the Cascades tomorrow. If we can get the sun out for enough time with low enough cloud cover, then we could add some more onto that. A lot of this is really going to be surface-based activity. Go see what yeah. Starting to see the sunset on the satellite, but it's still just picturesque cold front. It doesn't really get much better than that, honestly. Cold front is now directly over the radar site. Should get a reading here in the next half hour or less at the Hoquiam airport and see what the wind shift is and how strong it was. Should shift to more so out of the northwest. Like here at the Quileute airport, for example, where it's coming out of the west-northwest at the moment. Looks like the wind starting to pick up here at Port Angeles. Should have the wind shift there momentarily to out of the west. Used to visit the San Juans when I was a kid. Stayed on small islands. Storms were pretty fun. I've been to the San Juan Islands once, and I was 9 years old, I think. So, don't remember too much from it, but I remember we had a fun time. My family and I. It looks like this is the main episode coming up soon for the Puget Sound area. Look outside, still pretty breezy at the moment. Nothing too significant. Like Amazon's. Yeah, just kind of a light to moderate breeze. Let you guys down here real quick, and there we go. Because need to rest my hand. I've been holding you guys in front of the screen. Oh, and there's Amazon. Love that. And the door's right behind my wall too, so it's easy to hear whatever goes on out there. But it's an 80-year-old house. It wasn't designed to block out sound. You know, my door is shut. There's a huge 1-inch gap underneath it, and it literally sounds like they're right next door to me. Love that old house life. All right, where were we? Yeah, still no major power outages on PSE, so that's good news. Let's check poweroutage.com, though. Let's see. I think Grace Harbor was showing up here. Let's pull this up real quick. 9 minutes ago, not showing anything for Grace Harbor at the moment. Like, literally no power outages, so either they restored it or the site is not getting any input from there. There's very few power outages across Washington in general right now. Only 481 out of over 3.5 million customers. Gusting to 36 at Arlington. Ooh. Did they cancel the wind advisory? No longer shows up on here for some reason. But it still says it's in effect until 8 p.m. But yeah, I think the wind advisory is a bust, personally. I just don't think like this front's gonna hold up very well as it crosses the Olympics. I think the Olympics are going to really shred this frontal system. The winds are probably stronger to the north and west of it, but south and east of it, probably not going to be too much of a story. It's going to be more of a heavy rain burst probably than strong winds. Because some models were showing what's called a leeward low on the northeastern side of the Olympics that would enhance the pressure gradient over the Puget Sound, but they have since backtrended tremendously from that solution. As a result, it would just be basically your garden variety frontal system with wind gusts possibly up to 40 miles per hour. But I'd say good call for the NWS for not putting out a region-wide wind advisory, at least initially. You're in Lewis County, just pouring all day. Ooh, man. Ooh, it's been so chilly the past 24 hours. Supposed to hit the 30s in Tacoma. Yeah, there's a chance for some frost in about 36 hours time or so. The NWS is talking about chances for frost advisories in areas particularly south and east of Seattle on Thursday morning. We could have some temperatures sub-freezing or even down to freezing and possibly below freezing the farther south and east you are. Basically, the farther you are from the water, the better your chances of having any frost and freezing fog are. Very windy in Keyport, slightly breezy in Sammamish. 10-mile-per-hour winds started in Kent East Hill. Breezy in Eatonville, no gusts yet. Been windy all afternoon and still in Silverdale. Breezy in Spanaway, gusts are picking up. Winds starting to pick up now in Rainier. Power out, Ocean Shores, Copolis Beach, Ocean City. That's the second person that has said that already, but it's not showing up on the maps for some reason. Well, quite a sparse variety of solutions, for sure. See what this one says. Central Tacoma, 7:15, moderate rain, winds of only 8 miles per hour. Well, shucks. Thank you for liking the live. Calming Jasmine Tea. Yeah, it's not sure if it's a glitch or what, but it's not showing any customers for Grace Harbor County out of power in Grace Harbor on poweroutage.com right now. How you learn all of this weather stuff? Self-taught. I've followed along storm chasers, meteorologists, weather bloggers, all of that for a good majority of my life. If anything, the Hanukkah Eve storm of 2006 literally scared me into liking the weather. I remember, like, I found my discs that I had of the first 3 seasons of Storm Chasers that I got back in, I believe, 2007, 2008, and 2009. And I have my discs from Storm Stories and When Weather Changed History somewhere, which I got back in 2009, 2010, that range. And I was a 9 to 10-year-old kid back then. You know, I'm born November 1999, so I'm a youngin. You know, I was only 7 years old when the Hanukkah Eve storm hit. But yeah, a lot of it is just like watching informational videos, learning from storm chasers. You know, I've watched Reed Timmer, if you guys know who he is. I've literally watched him since I was 7 years old. Maybe 8 years old, because he showed up in season 2 of Storm Chasers. The season 1 was 2007. Yeah. So since 2008, I've been watching Reed since 2008. What are we in for? We're just talking really rain and wind tonight and then possible thunderstorms tomorrow. Yeah, models so far not doing the greatest job. At least the high resolution models aren't doing the greatest job showing winds. I think, again, the European kind of wins out on this one, saying that it's going to be less of a deal with wind gusts, possibly not even topping 35 miles per hour across much of the area. Yeah, I've followed Michael Snyder on YouTube for several years as well. I actually followed him on his Twitter for longer, too. For like the last probably 8 to 9 years or so, I followed Michael on Twitter. Followed Michael, I followed Ben. If you guys know Benjamin Yurkovich with Washington Weather Chasers, I followed him for several years as well. No new Facebook comments in the last half hour. The Facebook, we have 4 viewers on Facebook, 9 on YouTube, and 10 on TikTok. So TikTok has taken over the viewer lead. It's amazing how quick this convergence zone moves south after the front moves out of the area. Just how quick these storms fire up too. Looking like we're probably going to have some early morning heavy shower / small hail / thunderstorm action particularly north of Everett. And then it spreads into much more of the area by late morning, early afternoon tomorrow. We could have a strong convergence zone move south over Tacoma. Okay, yeah, they are all good. Nancy C is asking about Paulsbo. If it's not already windy, it'll likely pick up here in the next hour or less. Then, once the back end of the front comes through, winds should calm down pretty quickly. So far, we're not seeing much in terms of big wind reports around the area. It's more like looking on satellite and radar and just seeing how sharp this cold front is. Well, we'll see what happens when it makes its way into the Puget Sound, because it'll likely yield a large convergence zone over the North Sound after the front passes through in the next hour and a half to 2 hours or so. That'll probably be the story of the night, is that convergence zone over Everett. Still on track to see that. We do still have this nice, robust frontal boundary with lots of undulations in the... May even be some areas of rotation possibly within this too. Some isolated pockets of winds flowing both away from and towards the radar. That is basically rotation. Mill Creek does have a chance of thunderstorms tomorrow, yes. Really, all areas of western Washington, for the most part, have a chance of seeing at least one thunderstorm tomorrow, if conditions last. Just got windy in Covington. Thank you, Ryan, for the heads up. Still pretty breezy here in Tacoma with whatever sunlight we have left. But once it turns around 8 or 8:30, I'm not going to be able to see outside because we're going to lose sunlight completely. So I think by the time this front moves over, it's going to be mostly dark for a good majority of it. The front is currently over ocean shores right now and is moving towards the Hoquiam Airport. And I can't wait to see what this shows for winds. Whether it shows a big gust of wind or just a subtle gust of wind and a strong wind shift or what. But it's going to be an abrupt shift from southwesterly to northwesterly. Southwesterly, northwest. Still pretty breezy here in Tacoma, but a little calm at the moment. Yeah, it does look like the westerly surge has passed Port Angeles and is probably closing in on Squim here very soon. Wind is coming from the south-southwest. Yeah. It's coming more from the south-southwest, and then it's switching more to out of the west-northwest/northwest behind the front. Again, the wind direction is slightly different depending on exactly where you are. Because, for example, over Whidbey Island, the wind is mostly coming out of the southeast right now, or the south-southeast. We changed the angle up here just a tad bit. Still getting Facebook comments. Thinking about going to the ocean sitting by the fire, someone just said. If the wind doesn't put it out, or the rain, then please be my guest. It's like winds have switched out of the north here at Port Townsend. That's a little bit interesting. Is Grace Harbor showing up on here yet? It's not. There must be a glitch. Unless I have to go to the actual Grace Harbor PUD site to see it. We still don't have a gust above 40 miles per hour at the moment. But I'm interested to see what happens at the Hoquiam station when that front moves over. Because normally, sometimes we get some pretty large gusts when strong fronts like this come through. I think what's probably happening is most of the winds are elevated and not really working their way down towards the surface. Probably why some areas are not getting super strong winds right now. But with how heavy the rain is, that shouldn't be much of an issue. Should be dragging some of the stronger winds down towards the surface with that heavier rain like we normally see with frontal systems like this. Power is out in Ocean Shores, lost power around 5:30, and right now got cut off by something. It is raining hard and windy. That is out of Ocean Shores. Windy and gross all day today in Monroe, someone just said. Yeah, Ryan's viewing real-time observations from his personal weather station. Excuse me. Yeah, I see some pretty heavy rain making its way through Port Angeles in the Squim right now. So this rain shadow should really start to fill in pretty quick around much of the North Sound area. I already tell you that Port Townsend's rain shadow has begun to fill in. Rain being reported right now in Port Townsend. Breezy winds off and on at 725. Calm before the front. Possibly. Very possible. We've seen it before. It'll definitely happen again. It's not if, but when. Yeah, look at how that frontal boundary looks. See how it's all jagged? I believe this is due to hydrodynamic processes, if I'm not mistaken. There's a lot of wind shifts within the line and it's becoming sort of unstable. It's usually indicative of stronger winds within these broken segments here. So once again, I'm really just watching what happens when this line moves over the Hoquiam airport, because that'll probably give us the full story of what to expect. Will we get a strong wind gust or will we just get an abrupt wind shift? Or will we get both? Gusting to 40 again in Everett. First gust up to 40 in a while for Western Washington from what I can see. Yeah, I think this power outage site is busted. Go see PSE. As of 7:20, 9 minutes ago, we're up to 316 customers without power. And if this is a bust for everybody, I cannot wait to see what the comment section looks like. It's probably going to be an absolute flaming on all platforms. But the wind advisory expires in the next half hour for the interior zones. We'll just have to wait and see. Because we did have a gust up to 47 miles per hour earlier in Everett. But that was it. And the wind advisory was expanded for another hour. It was extended another hour. It wasn't expanded, it was extended. So, will that be a bust? It was already a bust for Grace Harbor County. Grace Harbor County didn't record a single gust above 39 miles per hour, I think. And that area wasn't even in the wind advisory zone. Oh, that expired at 7 o'clock. That was a bust. But we'll see if the Snohomish Island and Skagit County alert is a bust or not, too. Again, go refresh Facebook before I forget. Yeah, there's a couple newer comments. Cindy in the chat. Hello, everyone. Stay safe. Pretty wind this afternoon in Everett. Thank you, Cindy, for your reports. I really appreciate it. Should be updating this wind advisory soon to either extend it or cancel it. Let's see, the frontal boundary is approximately 5 miles away right now from the anywhere between 4 to 5 miles away from the Hoquiam airport. So we should get a reading here in the next probably 20 minutes or so. But the front's crossing over the Olympics right now, and therefore the convergence zone should be firing up any time now over Snohomish County. Literally, like, in minutes. Still a bit of a donut hole, as some would say, over the Everett area, parts of Island County, Kitsap County, Jefferson, and northwestern King counties, even as far north as southwestern Skagit County. Just this nice radar hole, but it should start filling in with heavier rain as this front crosses over the Olympics. Then it's only a matter of time before the convergence zone fires up over Snohomish County. It's only a matter of time. Just kind of waiting patiently to see what happens with this convergence. Models show the convergence zone firing up here in the next 20 minutes or so on the hourly runs. This has the convergence zone starting between Skagit, Island, and Jefferson counties in the next 20 minutes. Then it moves over Snohomish County by 9 p.m. Will it verify? Let's hang around and see. And then what happens tomorrow is kind of a wild card. Looks like a mixed bag of precipitation, including hail and thunderstorms possible. They'll start out mainly Everett North and then should spread into Seattle and Tacoma and areas south and west by the time we get to the noon hour. I'm way overdue. Way overdue. Yeah, another person said took out power in Ocean Shores and North Pascopolis Beach. For some reason, the PUD sites are not showing it at the moment. Maybe if I go to the Grace Harbor PUD directly, it'll show up on there. Yep, it's showing up on this map. So let's go over to this map real quick. Yeah, all of Ocean Shores is in the dark. So 13 outages at the moment. 9,700 customers affected out of 45,860. A lot of overlap going on there too. Yeah, this is all the way north. Here, going all the way towards Seabrook. And all of Ocean City and Ocean Shores are in the dark due to that cold front that moved through. It's probably actually the squall that moved in ahead of the cold front. Even 26 customers affected up towards Lake Quinault, too. It must have been a pretty active squall line that went through there earlier. Thank you, Eminem, for the likes. Appreciate that. Now let's see, this may be the convergence zone trying to fire up here over Skagit County. You can see that westerly surge clear as day. Someone dropped some dishes outside. So, yeah, the convergence zone may try to fire up anytime in the next 20 minutes or so. Appreciate you giving us a breakdown of our weather in real time. Sure thing. Sure thing. Try my best to make the explanations as simple as possible. I appreciate the kind words. Oh boy. Yeah, the front's traversing over the Olympics right now, and for the most part, the Olympics are shredding the north end of the front. The south end of the front, though, is still going on clear as day across Grays Harbor County. Starting to move down towards Pacific County as well. So areas like Tokeland, for example. Lost a viewer for ignoring me. Oh, I didn't even see you. My apology. Check Arlington, please. Yeah, sure thing. If you're still with me, Arlington currently is gusting to 30 miles per hour with a max gust of 36 miles per hour so far on the day. Currently, radar is. Let me show you this real quick. If you haven't already left, Arlington Airport is this station right here, gusting to 30 miles per hour currently out of the southeast. And radar over the area currently shows. Let's go back to the Camino Island radar. Basically, absolute nothingness at the moment. So windy in Skagit County, I believe it. Yeah, you do awesome on explaining all the details of the weather around here. Thank you for the kind words. So, yeah, this rain shadow will gradually fill in as the front moves in and the Puget Sound convergence zone forms over the North Sound. So I might have been too late. Sorry to see you go. But you can't catch them all. Right, always have glitches with radar scope on PC. Yeah, you can see there's our westerly surge here on radar. Rain in Washington, no freaking way, I know. Breaking news, right? It's rain in Washington. Some of you guys are asking, why is this even live worthy? Well, it's been a long time since we forecasted anything stronger than rain and wind, so. If it's a cold front as strong as it shows, then it's definitely somewhat newsworthy. Like, you just don't see a cold front like that often, especially in April. I think really the fact that it's this time of the year is what's making it so significant. Even if it's not producing massive wind, it did take out power to all of Ocean Shores and Ocean City, and extending all the way up into Seabrook and Moclips. That might have actually been the squall ahead of this, though. Highway construction on the 405 in it tonight. Yikers. All I got to say is yikers. But man, you just don't see velocity like this very often. That's just like basically perfection. About to cross over the Hoquiam Airport too, so we'll see what the wind shift is like there. I expect it to be pretty abrupt, though. In a dump truck, though, so we good. Awesome sauce, my man. Awesome sauce. It's good to hear that you're not in the elements tonight, especially when this cold front still hasn't passed the Puget Sound yet. And anytime now, the convergence zone should be firing up here in the North Sound. Jake Graham says, construction on 18 at I-90 tonight. This is true, yeah. This is very much true. Literally, like, right where that junction is, right here. There's moderate rain directly over there at the moment. Upstate New York, well, to be honest, we focus primarily here on Western Washington, primarily the Puget Sound area. But it looks like upstate New York is expecting severe weather over the next couple of days. We'll have to keep our eyes peeled on that. Let's go to the forecast real quick. While you guys are in here, I'll show you some things going on across the country. Right on, man. Have a good evening. Yes, thank you for tuning in. MPRW, appreciate that. And first, I'm missing some comments here on YouTube as well. Mama Miyamoto, Julie says, see you later or tomorrow. Gotta go for now. I'm so glad to see the weather. Listen to you today. Doing taxes. Oh boy, the last possible minute. But hey, more power to you. Illinois, right in the middle of a thunderstorm. My internet is so bad. Oh yeah, checks out. Definitely checks out. Yeah, I don't see. Do we have any tornado? Yeah, we do have tornado warnings, but they're in Oregon at the moment. Geez, did I really mess it up that bad? Geez, they're in Michigan at the moment. Oranges, I believe, are your thunderstorm warnings. And we have flash flood warnings across Iowa, Wisconsin, and Illinois. The dark red boxes are flash flood warnings. This is a tornado watch. Greens, I believe, are flood watches. Maybe even flash flood watches. Looks like a combination of both. They're the same color code. And let's see. I think you were checking in about upstate New York. So let's go look at the SPC outlook. So this is today, that big enhanced risk across much of the Great Lakes. Only a marginal risk through southern New York, and then a non-severe thunderstorm risk across much of northern New York. Go to day 2. Day 2, the Puget Sound area is highlighted in a thunderstorm risk. And there are slight risks in effect across the Greater Plains, the north central Mississippi River Valley, Chicago area again, southern Wisconsin, Iowa, Missouri, Kansas, Oklahoma, and northern Texas. And then slight risk also extending from Ohio through northern West Virginia and much of central Pennsylvania. Again, only a marginal risk down here in southern New York. And a non-severe risk, once again, for much of the state of New York, central and northern New York. Day 3, the marginal risk moves a bit north and includes much of central New York, including Buffalo, all the way down into Albany and all the areas in between. Rochester, for example, all included in that marginal risk of severe storms. But looks like nothing major for New York coming up. Day 4, again, is the plains and Midwest area, where there's actually a 30% enhanced risk, most likely for damaging wind and hail, but probably an elevated risk of tornadoes as well. As you see, day 4 is showing nothing for New York. So yeah, that's that. That's what to expect for upstate New York and surrounding areas. Hopefully that answered your question. Yeah, wind gusts so far, nothing to really run home about that I can see right now. It's really calmed down here in Tacoma. It's a little breezy outside, but nothing super major at the moment. Not looking too good for the wind advisory forecast so far. The wind advisory itself might have been a bust. Everett did gust up to 47 earlier, so it verifies there, but that's only one zone out of like 4 or 5 different zones up there in the interior Puget Sound area. But right now, not looking good for Island County or Skagit County with that wind advisory. It might be a bust for them. It was definitely a bust for Grays Harbor County earlier, though, where the strongest gust was 39 miles per hour, and that wasn't even in the wind advisory. See if this outage map has gone up or down. Nope, as of 5 minutes ago, we still have 9,700 customers out of power here in Grace Harbor County. So that number's higher, though. At least as far as I can see. Unless these are approximate. Yeah, I think this number's actually up towards 10,000, if not higher than that. Feel like the total customers affected might be wrong a little bit. Yeah, still no major outages across the Puget Sound that I can see. So we're doing pretty good so far, holding our grid together. Not seeing any super impactful winds at the moment. And I know those people are going to come at me saying this was a bust. I can almost guarantee you of it. But I was a bit conservative in my wind forecast anyways. I really didn't even hint at any major impactful winds around the area. I just mentioned the wind advisory and how we're only expected to see wind gusts of 40 miles per hour outside of said wind advisory. Which that reminds me, they just expired the wind advisory for the Everett area and the rest of the zones. Basically, that means there are no more wind advisories in effect. They have all expired for tonight. That means, in theory, if the NWS forecast was correct, then this event is basically over. But we'll see. The convergence zone hasn't started firing up yet. Yeah, that front has basically gone directly over the Hoquiam Airport. So I can't wait to see what that observation site shows when it refreshes. Probably going to have a big wind shift out of either the west or the northwest, or in between the two. And just how strong are the gusts going to be? But just can't wait to see what that shows. And be anxiously awaiting that data point. Currently gusting to 30 miles per hour at the moment at the Hoquiam Airport. What's this? Interesting. Front is directly over Hoquiam. Waiting to see the OBS. Something tells me it's going to build up, says Guard Owl. Knowing our luck, it'll probably sneak up on us very last minute after the advisory has already expired. That's normally how it goes around here. Adam J says, barely a breeze over here in Graham. Thank you for the report. Yeah, some areas are getting nothing. Getting a little breezy here again in Tacoma, but once again, nothing really major to talk about. AI summary's a little bit late to the party. Analyzing a live storm forecast, including tornado and flash flood watch. That was earlier, and we were talking about one portion of the country, not what I'm talking about right now, though. TikTok AI still has quite a bit of development to do. Yeah, the sun has set, and you can no longer see the front on visible satellite imagery, unless you look really closely. Just wait, that frontal system's crossing the Olympics, and the convergence zone should begin to really fire up here. Literally in the next 10 minutes, I would imagine. It does look like actually this may be it right here, starting to fire. Yeah, I believe that's it. Convergence zone starting to fire. Is the north side of that front crossing over the Olympics right now, moving into Whidbey Island. That's hello, Melissa from Graham. Thank you for tuning in. I am in North End, Tacoma. Anyways, it does look like our convergence zone is beginning to fire up over Whidbey Island at the moment. You can see this area of converging winds pretty clearly right here. Let me show you guys what I'm talking about here on TikTok real quick. Let's flip this over. See the blue line? That's the area of convergence that I'm watching right now. You can see it on the reflectivity pretty clearly right now. This border right here, that's our convergence zone beginning to fire. See that boundary right there? And here's the actual cold front itself. This really elongated squiggly line right here, that is your cold frontal boundary. Amanda says, hello from Kirkland. Whoops. That was not supposed to happen. Like the rain today, it's peaceful. Hello from Kirkland. Hi from Paulsbo. Love the rain today. Thank you everyone for checking in. Just kind of watching this frontal boundary move in off the coast right now. Moving from primarily west to east. And the convergence zone is finally beginning to fire up around the North Sound, particularly over Island County at the moment. You can start to see it here, the yellow boundary right there over Port Townsend and Oak Harbor. This is where our convergence zone is very likely going to start to fire up here and intensify over the next hour or so. I'd expect some pretty heavy rain reports to begin to come in once this hits peak intensity sometime tonight. Models again show that happening around 8 p.m. or so. Okay, TikTok, I got to put you guys back on the power bank because the phone's starting to die out. How much rain? Probably not too much. Under the heavier rain showers, you'll likely get anywhere between like a 1/4 inch to a 1/2 inch at most. For other areas, probably around a 1/4 inch to 3/10 of an inch. We're not looking at too much rain. The heaviest of rain is going to fall when this front moves over the area. And depending on how long and how intense the rain is, then a 1/2 inch could be in the cards for most of us. If it comes in any heavier than that, you could easily get up towards 3/4 of an inch, maybe even an inch in some of the heavier precipitation that comes through. I'd say the favorable range right now is probably around a 1/2 inch for most of us by the time this cold front moves. Okay, all right, there we go. We had the wind shift at Hoquiam. Wind gusting out of the west-northwest now in Hoquiam. But it's only up to 35 miles per hour. I think we had a brief gust up to 41 there not long ago. Let me check on this. No, that was at 7:25. That was before the cold front moved over. That was right before the cold front moved over. Gusted to 41, which is so far the highest on the day for that area. Rail Puck checking in. Victoria is getting clearly behind front still showers. Winds are not strong currently. Yeah, not doing too much in the wind department at the moment with this, I will admit. It got pretty breezy earlier, but it seemed like that prefrontal squall line that came through was windier than the actual front. But of course, again, remember the front has not moved in yet to the interior area. So we have a little while before we can say it's a bust. And no increase in power outages on PSC as of yet. Still no sharp increases in wind. That's, for such an impressive looking cold front, it sure is pretty pretty lackluster in the wind department. Go see if we have a new HER model coming out, what it has to show. Actually, we have all of our 0Z models, so we can now look at the new NAM, the new RRFS, all of this new imagery coming in. I'm starting to shift my focus more towards tomorrow now. Now, the NAM has that convergence zone around 7 p.m. like the HER model. It has it dipping all the way south into Tacoma, but it doesn't have any of the activity firing up over Tacoma on Thursday like the HRRR model is showing. So again, some model disagreement coming up over the next 48 hours or so. Actually has the convergence zone firing very early Friday morning over southern Snohomish County. And very weak at that too. This is a show for wind. Still shows Tacoma getting up to 41 miles per hour at 9 p.m. But so far, I kind of doubt that that's going to be the case. Once again, the European model looks like it'll win this round. It'll win the wind round. Yeah, RRFS model, not too much better in the wind department. It too shows a convergence zone directly over Tacoma at 7 p.m. tomorrow, so we'll at least have agreement that there likely will be a convergence zone over Tacoma at around anywhere between 6 to 8 p.m. tomorrow. So we can almost certainly lock that in. Hero Wise is asking, so no wind? I'm not going to say no wind. I'm just going to say weaker than forecasted. Depending on your model of choice. Because again, if you go with the European, like most people do, this usually wins out when it comes to wind. And this between 5 to 11 only shows between 30 to maybe 35 miles per hour for most of us. With the strongest wind likely being over southern Whidbey Island, and that would have wind gusts around 45, maybe even 50 miles per hour by 11 p.m. Even then, so far, that's looking like a bust. And it's funny because the Euro typically underdoes wind gust amounts. It doesn't usually overdo it, but it has happened before. Nothing in Eatonville. What about Everett Mukilteo? All right. So the wind advisory has expired for you guys. So no more strong winds right now are expected. I guess kind of a bust, you could say. But I sided with the European on this, and the European really only showed wind gusts to 40 area wide, even over Everett. So I wasn't anticipating a major high end event. That's why I wasn't really hyping this up. I was a bit more conservative in my forecast. Right now it's gusting to 30 at Everett, but the max wind gust was 47 miles per hour today. So I guess you could say the wind advisory for the Everett area verified, but not for anywhere else. Everywhere else, it just screams bust from the NWS right now. Adam, thank you for the follow, kind sir. How about Richmond, Edmonds, Briar area? Probably the same. You're right around the airport, so you likely got your strongest wind gusts earlier in the day. Unless this convergence zone really takes off and produces strong wind, I don't see much more for any strong winds to the north tonight. You may gust up to 40 miles per hour a couple of times, but it's not looking too impressive overall. Rail Puck is wondering what's the chances of thunderstorms or waterspouts. Tomorrow, we'll have a better thunderstorm chance. Waterspouts are probably pretty low chances at the moment. It's not looking too impressive in the wind shear department, but overall instability looks pretty good for at least some pop-up thunderstorms here and there, but likely of the garden variety. We have graveyard working security for PUD substation. Ooh, fun job by the sound of it. So there will be chances for thunderstorms, and the SPC again has parts of our areas highlighted for potential non-severe thunderstorms tomorrow. Waterspouts, again, will likely be far off the coast of the ocean, so we'll likely not be able to detect them until they get closer to the radar site. But I don't see any good signs for waterspout activity tomorrow. So the chance, again, is probably a pretty low likelihood. Yeah, wind gusts really died down there at Hoquiam after that front passed through. Let's see, frontal system is currently from Grayland up through Aberdeen and up into the Matlock area of Mason County. Yeah, let's see. It's checking on that convergence zone. It's trying to get its act going, but it's definitely having a hard time. Anything on Redmond, Woodinville area? Shouldn't be too much of a wind problem tonight, but if you're talking thunderstorms, again, it's going to be the more garden variety hit or miss style. So you probably may get a thunderstorm or you may not. It's literally 50-50. When it comes to predicting when and where thunderstorms are going to happen around here, let me tell you, it is not recommended to try it. Just give a general broad area and talk about, okay, there's a better chance of a thunderstorm hitting this general region than this specific area. Because it almost never follows exactly what the model says it will follow. Interestingly enough, though, the radar here, the Camino Island radar, is showing some stronger winds a few thousand feet above the surface over the Hood Canal right now. So I wonder if we can get any heavier showers to drag that down potentially. It issued a new area forecast discussion. Go check this out real fast. This is normally put out every 6 hours or so, and this is just people at the NWS office talking about the forecast conditions. Little Miss Minkaroni, thank you for the follow. Any chance in Tacoma? Sorry, just got here. Well, hello, welcome. My name's Anthony. I'm the host and founder of Puget Sound Stormwatch, live here on TikTok as well as Facebook and YouTube. So thunderstorm chances for Tacoma look pretty decent tomorrow. The models are showing that a convergence zone will start somewhere over Seattle and then slide south towards Tacoma tomorrow afternoon before the sun sets. So just a heads up, there could be a thunder and lightning chance with that, but at the very least, we're expecting probably heavy rain and small hail. So let's see what this says. Both latest satellite and radar clearly show the back edge of the current front passing over the Olympic Peninsula. Northwest corner of the landmass already entering into the post-frontal environment. This still means the majority of Western Washington is in for a wet evening and at least some part of the tonight period. Winds have eased, allowing for inherited wind advisories to expire. Breezy conditions and occasional gusts will still be a thing into tonight, and so some isolated wind-related impacts will still be possible. But the threat for widespread, strong and gusty winds has largely wrapped up. That's what the NWS says. All according to plan, or so it seems, as inherited forecast handles this well, thus no need for any evening updates. So yeah, if you haven't already had any big wind, that's likely it for tonight, says the National Weather Service in Seattle. When will it hit for Coopeville, Washington for the frontal system? So the convergence zone is currently impacting your area right now. It's nothing to run home about. If anything, the convergence zone is kind of struggling to get going. The thunderstorms tomorrow, be prepared as early as, say, let's say 4 a.m. potentially. That's what models are showing for potential thunderstorm activity up that way. You could have a chance of thunderstorms throughout the day tomorrow too, up there. But let me go and play the reflectivity one more time for you on Facebook and YouTube. You could have some of this activity starting up around 4 or 5 a.m. This is pretty close to Coopeville. And then we'll see what happens the rest of the day, but it's showing some pretty strong showers directly over Coopeville at around 7 a.m. Capable of producing thunder, lightning, and small hail, potentially. Yeah, this convergence zone looks less impressive in the more recent model runs. Dude, we need good weather. Yeah, consistently good weather. And not just for a few days at a time, right? Honestly, I'll take as much snowpack in the mountains as we can get before the summertime. The drought emergency has already been declared statewide. That's just due to the low snowpack. Overall, in terms of reservoirs and water conditions, we're doing great at the current moment. But will it last into the summer? That is the question. And right now, it's looking like it will not. So if we can get any snow in the mountains over the next like 2 to 3 months, I'll take as much as I can get. Even if that means rainier conditions for the lowlands. Yeah, looking out the window right now, the wind is basically dead calm. Can't wait for people to comment on how this is a bust. I can already tell it's coming. Should actually post an update to Facebook real quick. Let me refresh that. And hopefully this reduces the bust talk that I hang on. Expect to follow shortly. And the convergence zone looks a little bit stronger, but due to its proximity to the radar site, it's going to come out a little obscured. We'll probably have to wait till this front crosses the radar site, or this convergence crosses the radar site to see any real updates on it. Yeah, I can tell this front's starting to lose some strength as it moves inland, too. Rena Kelly, thank you for the follow. Jack said, appreciate it. Yeah, sure thing. Can you check marine reports at Race Rocks Lighthouse? They are good for winds down the strait. Let me see if their station pops up here real quick. Race Rocks. Okay, yeah. Currently gusting to 39 miles per hour. That is the max wind gust on the day so far as of 8 o'clock. Unfortunately, they only update hourly, though. You see, can't wait for the kiddos to hear this. Between 6 and 7 p.m., the wind direction shifted from south to west. So the frontal system has passed over Race Rocks. And recent gust as of 8 o'clock, again, winds of 33 out of the west with gusts to 39. Rena says, hey, I know you. Oh, I knew I recognized you. Hey, Sabrina, what's up? Yeah, that's one of my stepsister's best friends. How's Iowa looking? They weren't looking too good today, I can tell you that for sure. But overall, coming up, they're going to have a risk of severe weather this weekend, too. Just a heads up. There's an elevated risk of severe weather for Iowa and surrounding areas. Saturday, I believe. Either Friday or Saturday, or both. I need to check the forecast one more time for that area. Let me switch over. Hang on tight. I'm going to transition. There we go. So we do have a slight risk of severe weather for most of Iowa tomorrow. This extends all the way down into Texas and across into Lake Michigan. So slight risk of severe weather. This is higher than the marginal risk and the general thunderstorm risk. This is a level 2 out of 5 severe risk. Then day 3, the risk shifts east. Day 4, again, almost all of Iowa is in a severe weather risk. Yeah, this is Friday. This is about 7 p.m. Central. No, 7 a.m. Central Friday to 7 a.m. Central on Saturday. See that orange area? This is a 30% risk of severe weather. The yellow area is a 15%. My sister has family in the path, hoping everyone is going to be okay. Hopefully, yes. I don't have any specific details on tornado potential yet, but it does look like there will be another chance of tornadoes across this orange swath and even the yellow swath as well. But at the very least, it looks like damaging hail and damaging winds possible for that area. This again is for Friday morning through Saturday morning, the day 4 outlook. This is tomorrow for Wednesday. Actually, let me think about that again. Okay, so day 1, this is today, Tuesday. Day 2 is Wednesday, tomorrow. Day 3 is Thursday. Yeah, day 4 is Friday. Yeah, this is Friday. So Thursday, you should get a little reprieve out here. And tomorrow, again, that severe weather risk continues, but not as high as today, where there's that enhanced risk, the orange, 3 out of 5 level risk. Thank you, Sabrina, for sharing. Then you see, if we go to day 2 as well, our area here, the Puget Sound, is technically in this thunderstorm risk. Although I do hope that they expand this probably north and east to include at least most of Western Washington, downstream of the Cascade Crest. Because right now they have most of us, including the coast, most of the Olympic Peninsula, as well as the central southern sound and the southwest interior of Western Washington in this non-severe general thunderstorm risk. Anywhere within 25 miles of this line is technically in this risk. But again, no severe weather expected. So check on wind, and yeah, pretty lackluster. Not looking good for wind. I already know the complaints are going to come in on Facebook. I'm almost for sure of it. Hobby Farmer in the chat saying, so glad to see you live again. McKenna Roy area, welcome back. Yeah, first live stream in about 2 months, I think, here on Facebook and YouTube. Not counting any little live streams that I may have had on just YouTube throughout February and March. Or, of course, on TikTok, too, because I've gone live on TikTok a lot during that time. Try to build that audience. So, yeah, welcome in. Glad to see, again, more familiar faces. Have a friend in Grand Rapids, Michigan, dealing with a few tornadoes right now. This is true. This is very, very true. Yeah, all wind advisory products have been allowed to expire. We do still have gale warnings. These are until 2 a.m. for the Strait of Juan de Fuca and until 11 p.m. for the Puget Sound and Hood Canal. So those are for you mariners out there on the boats. I'm expecting most of you guys to hopefully dock on shore by the time the sun is completely down, which looks to me like it's pretty much completely down at the moment. Just a little bit of twilight left through the clouds. Go back to radar real quick, and yeah, you can still clearly see the front. It looks like it's right around the Hood Canal area right now. And let's go check on the convergence zone. And you can see it's definitely starting to fire up, but it's got some interference with the radar sight at the moment. It's trying to, but it's a little bit behind on times from what the models have shown. But you know, one thing about forecasting around here is always expect disappointment. Always. Yeah, I think if things don't pick up in the next hour, we're probably going to end our live stream coverage for the night on all platforms. One thing's for sure, I need to rest. I really need to rest my voice box. It is burnt to a crisp. Because we've been on the main YouTube live stream. That's not counting the first live stream, which was already over an hour. We've been on this stream for over 7 hours on YouTube and Facebook. So that's over an 8-hour stream day talking about this front. You can imagine there's some level of disappointment to that, which I will agree is true. Like the fact that the wind advisories were virtually busts. Definitely a hard pill to swallow, knowing I have to communicate this to the audience afterwards, saying, yes, the forecast did not quite verify, but it is what it is. You know, it was pretty windy earlier, I'm not going to lie. It was pretty gusty for a while, but for a lot of people, it was underperforming. That's the truth to it. It was an underperforming event to a degree. I think if the National Weather Service did not put out those wind advisories, then it would be right on par with what most of the forecasts were showing. Where am I at? I'm in North End, Tacoma. I'm right around the Proctor District. Yeah, that convergence zone is trying to get its act together, but it's having some trouble. Basically, the Olympic Mountains destroy the north end of that cold front. It just rips it apart, and then those winds reconverge on the north side and form that convergence zone. You could technically say it's a northward extension of the front, but the Olympic Mountains always do a lot of damage to frontal systems. You know, and then we usually get these convergence zones that form on the northeastern wake of the mountains in what's called the leeward zone. You know, the leeward side of the Olympic Mountains, where the weather does not come from. It moves away from the leeward side. If we're talking windward side, that is where the weather approaches from. Like, for example, if you know the windward, like the, pardon me, if you know the Leeward Islands, for example, that's a famous example. I spent a 12-hour security shift outside and just biked 30 minutes home. It was wild. My condolences to you. That sounds like it sucks a lot. Yeah, let me go post this update to Facebook real quick. Thunderstorms tomorrow, possible. I'm in for a crest not far from me. Yeah, you're pretty close to me, for sure. Make sure I get the right date on this. It is 4/14/26. All wind advisories have been allowed to expire as of 8 p.m. For most areas in the advisory zones, this could be considered a bust. Billy says, real windy here. Rain was on and off in Georgetown, but didn't get rough till I was heading home to North Beacon Hill. That's quite a long bike ride. Yikes. But if you got to do what you got to do, I respect that. As some areas. Go refresh comments again. No new comments. Good. I'm going to focus on making this post real quick. We'll probably start winding down the live stream around 9 p.m. It was a call out shift, took not realizing how the conditions were going to be. Oof. Yeah, that's unfortunate. For sure. Definitely unfortunate. But it is what it is. So I'm saying all wind advisories have been allowed to expire as of 8 p.m. For most areas in the advisory zones, this could be considered a bust. Everett recorded a max gust of 47 miles per hour. Earlier, let me go check max wind gusts while we're looking on this. Just so I can make sure I have some verification to my statement. See, that 69, that doesn't count. I don't even think the 50 mile per hour here on Camino counts. Look-y, the rain felt good and my hair feels amazing. Hey, it's always good to look at the positive. Even when things don't seem positive, it's always good to identify the little positive. You know, I call those the small wins. Billy Robinson says, good to see your face. Well, welcome back. Thank you for tagging along, even if it's not anything too major. We're kind of just beginning to wind things down a little bit. I'm just seeing if there's any uptrends that start up in the next hour or so. The true California just had a 7 point something earthquake. Not that I've heard, no. I haven't heard anything about a 7.0, but let me go check the news sites again. See if anything major just popped up. There's a confirmed tornado on the ground in Michigan. No, I'm not seeing anything right now about any major earthquakes in California. Not at the current moment. Usually I work at a hotel, but today I got to see all the flights land in SeaTac Boeing. That sounds like an enjoyable experience. Ooh, I am stuck to the chair. Yikes. Oh, man. I'm getting too old for this. Yeah, we had a max wind gust of 49 down here in Tacoma. That was unexpected. That was well before the front came in. The max gust of 41 at Hoquiam. That wasn't even wind advisory criteria. Max of 47 in Everett. That did verify. But elsewhere, Whidbey Island only had a max gust of 44 miles per hour earlier. Maybe they'll pick up when the westerly surge impacts, but it's not looking too good right now. Now, I'm going to see if I can try to formulate this post without form of earthquakes just off the coast of Washington a few days ago. Yeah, but those are not impactful. That's in a very common earthquake area, and it's what's called a strike slip fault, or also called a trying to remember the exact name. It's what the San Andreas fault is. I believe it's a slip and dip, I think is what it's called. But it's where plates transverse each other. They don't move away from each other or under each other. They move against each other, parallel. So no direct impacts expected for the Cascadia subduction zone. And it's also north of the axial seamount volcano too, so no eruptions are expected for that. I have seen a couple of accounts on X spread some rumors that a larger earthquake was coming, and there was a lot of misinformation. I probably should have made a post on that, but didn't want to start too much debate since there was already debate with my drought emergency post that I made. So I just kind of let it play out. Personally, I just let it play out because there weren't any super major earthquakes either way. It was an earthquake swarm, but there weren't any major earthquakes to talk about. Will still continue to be windy in spots tonight as the cold front closes in on the Puget Sound. The main story should be heavy rain under the front until about midnight. Let's just say 11 p.m. You remember the big earthquake we had in 2000? It was February 28th, 2001, and I was only a year old, so I do not remember. But I've heard stories from my parents talking about how I was in a circuit city with my dad when the earthquake struck. Still continue to be windy in spots tonight as the cold front closes in on the Puget Sound, but the main story should be heavy rain under the front until about 11 p.m. Convergence zone is attempting to fire up over Whidbey Island. That should move south towards I-90 as the night goes on. I was in Spokane. I totally remember the aftershocks. I know that earthquake was felt as far as Central Oregon and even parts of Montana. I believe. Parts of Western Montana also felt the earthquake. I was at work. They made us get under the tables and outside. As long as there's no trees or power lines outside, I would personally go outside during it. Unfortunately, here at the new place, we have trees and power lines everywhere, so I just hide under my table, honestly. And we're in a one-story house, too, so I don't have to worry about the second story collapsing into the first. Like my previous house and my apartment. With the apartment, I had 2 stories above me to worry about if an earthquake ever happened. Does look like I do see some heavier rain starting to move into Shelton, so that must be the southern end of this front, which it is. Winds completely out of the northwest now here at Hoquiam. We should have the wind shift anytime now here at Shelton. But I think the story for winds is pretty close to over for the night. If the NWS says it's over, I'm pretty sure it's over. One of them, I thought a dump truck hit the building. Still no power in Ocean Shores, windy in Monroe. Someone else said windy with no location. Heads up, folks, tomorrow's tax day. Do your taxes. I was in a concrete building. That's yikes. Live coverage on Facebook and YouTube will begin wrapping up around 9 p.m. this afternoon. Say this evening. This is why I proofread my posts. Tomorrow should be a busy day of coverage as there are thunderstorms in the forecast. See you all then. And then a plethora of hashtags. Yeah, tomorrow's probably going to be a busy day with all these showers and possible thunderstorms. So I'm going to wrap it up at around 9 o'clock. Maybe even a little bit earlier, depending on how this convergence zone goes. Just to hopefully save my voice and recuperate in time to probably jump on in the morning time. We'll see how the forecast looks in the morning. Like, whenever I wake up in the morning, if I already see stronger showers, hail showers, and even thunderstorms, then we'll probably go live pretty early tomorrow on all platforms. Yeah, like Tommy Jones says, see, let's go Hawks. I triggered someone earlier by not answering back to them talking about how the Chiefs are better than the Hawks. I partially ignored them. I just kind of said, to each their own. I respect your opinion. And they said, just started going off. Saying, yep, you averted the question. Tells you all you need to know about a 12. And they got the block. So I just wasn't even going to fret about them with that. Wasn't worth it. Facebook, I went to do some things and came back and you are still live. We're getting higher gusts here in Eastern Washington, about mid-20s. Yeah, but we're not going to be live for much longer. I'm going to start winding down over the next 20 minutes or so. Just posted my update to Facebook and I'm going to cross-post it to Patreon. They call it Preparing for Tomorrow's Coverage. Now live on Patreon. Have family in Maple Valley, Washington. Excellent. Jokes on them, the dynasty is gone. Someone said. Can you check Nebraska for me, please? I guess while we have a moment, sure, we can check on Nebraska. I don't think they're going to be directly in line for any severe weather coming up. But let me make sure I check the forecast before I start making that assumption. Peeking before bed, South Hill a little breezy, got a fire in the fireplace though since it's cold. Sounds like the ideal life. Yeah, Nebraska. Anyways, let's switch angles here real quick. So You guys can see there's a general non-severe risk of thunderstorms tomorrow for Nebraska. Nebraska City is coming down hard. So no severe thunderstorms expected except maybe in Omaha. You're in the marginal risk if you're in Omaha and the surrounding vicinity. Day 3, no severe weather or thunderstorms really expected. Parts of southeastern Nebraska, including Omaha, and I believe Lincoln's also included in this too. Yeah, Lincoln's right down there. There is a slight level 2 out of 5 risk of severe weather for within 25 miles of the yellow boundary here. This is on Friday. Just a heads up. Some of your area in southeastern Nebraska could see strong to severe thunderstorms throughout the day on Friday. But the greatest risk will stay over extreme southeast Nebraska and areas to the south and east. But overall, the biggest severe weather day for you is probably going to be Friday, and even then, it's not looking too impressive right now. Sure thing, glad I could help. Yeah, these wind gusts have really died down, so I don't even know if this front is going to produce much wind when it moves inland. You guys can see the front is currently transversing into Shelton towards Olympia right now. It's taking its sweet time, but it's moving up through the Kitsap Peninsula. We should have the conversion zone. Yeah, it's starting to fire up a bit better here now in the North Sound. Convergence zones themselves don't produce much winds. It's the winds flowing into the convergence zone that can be damaging at times. And it's currently extending from around Port Ludlow up through Conway and Mount Vernon. This should gradually begin to move towards the south into Snohomish and King counties as the flow shifts from southwesterly to more northwesterly. This will quickly shift south towards I-90 as the night goes on. I can see the convergence right there over Freeland at the moment. Looking a little bit stronger on this reflectivity as of now, too. I know one thing's for sure. I'm going to try to get to bed at a decent time tonight to save up some energy for tomorrow's coverage, which should be the more interesting coverage. If you guys like thunderstorm potential, that would be the day to tune in for sure. Let me make sure I disabled public comments on that. I did. Okay, good. Okay, anyways, can you tell me when it will hit Tulalip? Tulalip area is right up here. It's on the way. It is on the way. The convergence zone's probably going to impact you anytime within the next half hour. So the primary threat again will be just heavy downpours. Have a good night. When will you be back on? Depends on when the weather starts and when I wake up. When is it going to hit Bremerton? Not sure if the convergence zone will directly impact Bremerton, but the south end of that front is coming up through the area right now. Missy Marie, thank you for the follow. Windy, for some areas, yes. AI is a little bit late. Analyzing the storm's path and thunderstorm risk for Nebraska. A little bit too late on that AI summary. There's some heavy rain moving in right now, and this is the tail end of the front right there. So you guys can see on the right-hand side, this wind shift is extending up into Bremerton. So this is probably when you'll feel any, if any, wind. Asking about wind in Tulalip. Okay, yeah. Make sure I check all the comments, make sure I'm not missing anything. Well, the wind should switch to westerly here pretty quickly for Tulalip. So, Waltz Welding Works, thank you for the follow. So, you'll probably get a little burst of westerly wind. It likely won't be too strong, though. The wind advisory has expired for your area, so they're not expecting wind gusts upwards of 45 miles per hour anymore. Could get anywhere between 35 to 40 miles per hour out of the west once this boundary moves to the east of the Tulalip area. So I think your winds, your strongest winds at least, should be done for the night. Thunderstorms in Bremerton, definitely possible tomorrow. Not tonight, but tomorrow. I'll be watching for an area-wide thunderstorm risk tomorrow, and I should be live streaming most of it tomorrow, including here on TikTok as well. We'll see how conditions warrant. Unfortunately, I'm not able to live stream from OBS and TikTok Live Studio simultaneously, because only one program can use my camera at a time, sadly. So I'm opting to stream to Facebook and YouTube and just keep a mobile stream of TikTok going, just to talk from time to time with you guys. Again, the full stream, as you guys can see right up here, is always on Facebook and YouTube at Puget Sound Stormwatch. Sure thing, glad to be here to help you guys out. One more question. Any idea on Friday weather for Deming Speedway and Bellingham area? Friday right now looks like one of the more pleasant days of the week. Shouldn't have much in terms of wind and showers. Thursday and Friday overall look pretty good. We could have some scattered showers on Thursday, but Friday overall looks pretty dry. And then the weather kind of starts to act up again later Saturday, and then we're expecting a wet day on Sunday. So I think Friday is probably the ideal day of the week to have an activity at your speedway. From what I can see on model guidance right now. What program are you using? This is Radar Scope on PC. However, do note it costs $30 for the program, I think. It was either $10 or $30. I don't remember. And you also have to pay for subscriptions too, so just be aware of that. Considering switching to Weatherfront on the iOS though, but I don't think Weatherfront has PC or Android programs. Because overall, Weatherfront is just adding so many features that makes it the ideal weather radar program, or weather radar app on iOS. But on PC for now, we're going to stick to Radar Scope Pro. Or just, yeah, see Radar Scope Pro up. The icon looks like that, right down there. In case you find it in the App Store or on the PC. Just carefully note that if you want all of these features like this, you'll have to put quite a bit of money down on a monthly basis. Because this is a tier 2 subscription. So it's the tier 1 combined with the tier 2, not counting the actual cost of the program itself. Well, guys, I may need to take a cough drop tonight because my voice box is toast. Yeah, there's a convergence zone. Once across the east side of the radar loop, it's finally starting to look pretty good here on radar finally. You see that converging wind boundary right there. How's it look for Renton? Your strongest winds should be done. So I can't count out any strong winds directly ahead of this front, but it'll likely be short and brief if anything does happen. Yeah, here's our front right now on the coastal radar. You guys can see right there, it still goes quite a few miles off into the ocean and all the way up into the Kitsap Peninsula at the moment. But for the most part, the Olympic Mountains have done quite a bit of damage to the northern end of this front. And now it's just turning into a convergence zone. All right, now the convergence zone looks a bit weaker than what the models were showing, which I was expecting because usually they do what's called over-convection. They typically show these showers and thunderstorms a bit stronger than they ideally would be. No, that was a royal mouthful. Go check Facebook and YouTube comments one more time, and then I think we're going to start wrapping things up for the night. Don Chile, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Again, if you guys want to see the full stream like you guys see on here, head over to Facebook or YouTube at Puget Sound Stormwatch. Whichever one you prefer. Burrow System says, have a good night. Yes, you as well. It's 8:45, but I think we're going to begin to wind up our coverage here in just a few minutes. If you guys would ever want to send a donation to help out, here's the link for it. ao-fi.com/Puget Sound Stormwatch. This is the best way to help support and donate for future live streams like this. So, yeah, it's kind of turned into slop for the most part. I'm going to begin to wind down for the night. Hopefully have a good night's sleep before what looks like a busy day tomorrow for thunderstorm chances. The weather overall, I've been more excited about Wednesday's weather than Tuesday's weather of this week anyway. So I'm going to be much more hyped up tracking possible thunderstorms tomorrow. Today wasn't really looking too impressive overall either way. So I'm not super disappointed. I am kind of scratching my head at why they issued those wind advisories earlier. Since only one zone actually verified, and that was Everett. But the rest of like Skagit County, for example, Island County, and Grace Harbor County stayed below wind advisory threshold, which is wind gusts of 45 miles per hour. Yeah, luckily they allowed those advisories to expire as of 8 p.m. tonight. So no more wind advisories in effect at all. Nothing. Zilch. Go check the outage map, and I expect us to get out of here pretty unscathed. Yep, only 269 out. Really no difference from earlier, so. Wonder how many people will comment on Cliff Mass's post talking about how this was kind of sort of a bust. Because if you guys follow Cliff Mass's weather blog out of UW, you guys can see he was hyping up this front pretty extensively too. Of course, do remember the front still hasn't passed into the Puget Sound yet, but it's getting pretty close. And this is around the time when we would have peak wind gusts. But it's kind of not turning out that way. The winds are having a hard time mixing down towards the surface right now, even with the heavier precip in this front. Pacific County had a heavy breeze, but nothing too much. Rio Taylor Mills, thank you for the follow. All right, I'm going to begin to wrap things up on Facebook and YouTube, but I guess TikTok will hang around for a little bit longer, kind of like an after show. Again, Facebook and YouTube, if you guys are watching right now, if you guys want a little bit of an after performance, head over to my TikTok at Puget Sound Stormwatch. Not going to talk about too much. I'm just going to wind things down, shut the computers down, and so on. Lisa Sanchez, thank you for the follow. And Taylor is out of Lake Stevens. Yeah, I'm going to begin to wind things down on the stream for tonight. So thank you guys so much for tuning in on Facebook and YouTube. Really appreciate all of you guys. Yeah, just for reference to show that this wasn't exactly a bust, let me pull up the European model forecast. As the European wasn't sniffing out any of the BSery that some of the high-res models were showing, such as wind gusts up to 45 miles per hour for some of us. I kind of figured that wasn't going to happen, but yeah. So, see, it only shows between 30 and 40 miles per hour for most of the Puget Sound area. This looks like it verified. We did have a gust of 49 here at the Narrow Strait, but that was likely enhanced through the wind tunnel, so that's probably a pretty high reading compared to all the nearby stations. I think that was probably an overestimation. Job site got wrecked in Kirkland today. Our signs kept blowing over. Oof. Yeah, that's a rough one for sure. Some areas windier than others, but this is why I primarily posted the European model on my page and not any of the convective allowing models, like the HER, the NAM, and the RRFS models that you normally see me post. I stuck with the European because that's the last time I get burned by the European again. You guys know this is the model that was showing a big windstorm last Christmas Eve, and then it pulled back and consistently showed it pulling back while the other models were blowing it out of proportion. And then everything caved at the last minute, and it was a huge bust. Like one of my top 3 forecast busts of all time. Lesson learned, always listen to the European, always. It is basically the godfather of all forecast models. All right, yeah, no new comments on Facebook and YouTube. So with that, we're going to begin to wind down our coverage on those sites. So again, this is Anthony here with Puget Sound Stormwatch. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. And I hope to see you guys all tomorrow and then some. With all that being said, have a great night, folks.